séjour, mon Dieu, vers toi.
Please call the roll.
Senators Amabile, Baisley, Ball, Benavidez, Bridges, Bright, Carson, Catlin, Cutter, Danielson,
Excuse.
Doherty, Exum,
Excuse.
Frizzell, Gonzalez, Hendrickson, Judah, Kip, Kirkmeyer, Colker, Lindstedt, Liston, Marchman, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Snyder, Sullivan, Wallace, Weissman, Zamora Wilson. Mr. President.
Let's do this. The morning roll call is 33 present, 0 absent. 2 excused. We have a quorum. Senator Catlin, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Approval of the journal. Senator Weissman.
Good morning, Mr. President. I move the Senate Journal of yesterday, Thursday, April 23rd, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly printed, Senate Bill 178 and 179. Correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 149. Correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 117. Correctly revised, House Bill 1304. Correctly re-revised, House Bill 1003, 1026, and 1051. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 40, 59, 60, 85, 109, and 144. Senate Joint Resolution 20.
Committee reports.
Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 23 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 93 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 116 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 155 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1008 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1009 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1053 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1088 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1113 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Local Government and Housing. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1313 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1114 be postponed indefinitely.
Conference committee reports.
First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1357. This report amends the re-revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1357 concerning phasing out the Teacher Recruitment, Education, and Preparation Program, and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation, has met and reports that it has agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the re-revised bill with the following changes. Respectfully submitted, House Committee Representative Emily Sirota, Chair, Representative Kyle Brown, Representative Rick Taggart, Senate Committee, Senator Judy Amabile, Chair, Senator Jeff Bridges, Senator Barbara Kirkmeyer.
Message from the House. Are you not entertained?
The House has postponed indefinitely Senate Bill 140. The bill is returned herewith.
Cleve laughed. Thank you. That's terrible. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Moments proceed out. We will proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. Senator office.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members,
Would
please.
you like to request?
I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, sir. Members, please join me in welcoming members of the Representative Hugh McKean and about to be Senator Faith Winter, Colorado Youth Advisory Council to the Chamber. They're on both sides here. Created in 2008, COYAC gives Colorado teens a voice in the state lawmaking process and allows them to examine, evaluate, and discuss the issues, interests, and needs affecting Colorado youth now and in the future, and to formally advise and make recommendations to elected officials, including ourselves, regarding these issues. These youth are brilliant young minds uplifting the experiences of their peers, their families, their neighbors, and their communities, ensuring voices too frequently left out of the legislative process are heard. I hope we all take time to talk with them today and to thoughtfully engage with COYAC moving forward as they seek to influence the laws that help determine their future. Thank you to each of the COYAC members for your work and dedication, and welcome to the Capitol.
Welcome to the Senate. Further moments of personal privilege. Seeing none, members, before we move into the next phase of resolutions, we want to recognize a special guest. Please help us welcome back to the Senate, Senator Dan Gibbs. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
The motion to proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. We will proceed out of order. Consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 24.
Senate Joint Resolution 24 by Senator Hendrickson and Representative Bradley concerning designation of May 2026 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Joint Resolution 24.
And would you like it to be read at length?
That would be great. Thank you, Mr.
Very
President.
good. Mr. Schaffler, please read SJR 24 at length.
Whereas the month of May marks the traditional start of the motorcycle riding season, and whereas motorcycles occupy a significant place in Colorado and American history, having made contributions to numerous military campaigns, law enforcement operations, and the culture of the American West, and whereas over 8 million motorcycles are registered in the United States, with over 200,000 registered in Colorado, and they are used on public roads and highways, providing reliable day-to-day transportation and recreational opportunities. And whereas because of their lightweight, fuel efficiency, and low impact on our highways, motorcycles should be encouraged as a viable transportation alternative. And whereas motorcycles take up less space on our highways and parking areas, thus reducing traffic congestion. And whereas motorcyclists are provided legal access to federally funded highway occupancy vehicle lanes to increase traffic flow while giving motorcyclists a safer environment for travel. And whereas riders and passengers of motorcycles face countless hazards and unforeseen circumstances on the road. And whereas 147 motorcyclists were killed on Colorado roadways last year. And whereas state and national Share the Road campaigns have been created to remind all motorists to be extra alert in order to increase motorcyclist safety. And whereas studies show that many motorcyclists involved in accidents did not have formal rider training. And whereas many causes of motorcycle crashes may be attributed to lack of experience or failure to appreciate the unique operating characteristics and limitations of motorcycles, as well as the failure of other motorists to share the road with motorcyclists. And whereas the motorcycling community has made an ongoing commitment to increasing awareness of appropriate safety measures and increased participation in rider training programs, and whereas many rider training programs are offered throughout Colorado, both for beginner and experienced riders, to prepare them to operate a motorcycle in the safest possible manner. And whereas rider education, training, and motorcycle awareness are important steps in motorcycle accident prevention, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 75th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize and designate May 2026 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month to promote safety for all motorcycle riders through education and training, and to encourage all motorists to share the road in Colorado. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to Abate of Colorado.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Schaffler. Colleagues, please be seated. It's not May yet, but we certainly wanted to have this in advance, and the motorcycles are already out, which is a good thing. So bring awareness again to Motorcycle Safety Month as it approaches. I have a good friend, David Frink. There used to be members of the same garage. There was a membership of a garage you could buy, and everybody, you would work on your motorcycles in the garage, and it was so cool because you met a whole bunch of friends, most of whom had like 50-year-old motorcycles, and it's fun for a bunch of guys to get together and wrench and find out how much we overestimate our mechanical skills, and there's some camaraderie in that. But he would always show up wearing a T-shirt that said, "Motorcycles are dangerous," and it was a joke because he got told that enough at gas stations. Like, do you know those things dangerous? Like, yes, I do know that it's dangerous, and so he just put it on a T-shirt and wore it around when he was, motorcycling or going to work on motorcycles. So, why the heck do we do it? If it's dangerous, and it's not just for the thrill, like roller coasters exist, we could all do that. And roller coasters, even consumed in mass quantities, are probably safer, or probably cheaper. I wanted to bring attention to something today as we talk about the resolution this year, which is something that goes hand in hand with safety, which is health. Particularly a few months ago, there was an interesting study that was conducted by researchers at the University of Virginia when they noticed that there was an increase of motorcycle ridership in the post 9/11 veteran community during COVID, and that stuck following COVID, and they wanted to know why. And this is a research into a small subset of motorcyclists, but I think it can be extrapolated. I hypothesize that it can be extrapolated to others in general. What they found was really interesting, that there was actually psychological benefits that you could connect from motorcycle riding that were really specific to veterans, but others who have similar experiences. Because riding demands total sensory focus, scanning the road, balancing the bike, anticipating conditions, veterans described in this qualitative study how this immersion reduced intrusive thoughts and flashbacks, aligning with research showing attentional engagement helps interrupt maladaptive rumination cycles in trauma survivors. Veterans reported that time on the bike lowered their anxiety and stabilized mood, and that echoed broader psychological evidence that rhythmic embodied activities, like riding, activate the parasympathetic nervous system, lowering arousal and helping regulate the fight or flight response. Motorcycling provided a renewed sense of identity, whether riding in a group or feeling solidarity with other riders on the road. Social connectivity is consistently linked with lower depression risk and improves long-term health outcomes, making this a powerful and protective factor. Freedom and risk. While risk is real and everybody on a motorcycle knows it, veterans were able to reframe it as a conscious choice that restored a sense of agency. Psychologists describe this as approach coping, facing vulnerability directly, which research ties to resilience and post-traumatic growth. The direct exposure to weather, wind, and environment heightens sensory awareness. Studies in environmental psychology show that time spent outdoors reduces stress, hormones, and improves cognitive functioning, benefits amplified by the attentional demands of riding. Group rides echoed the trust and cohesion that veterans had experienced in military service. For trauma survivors, this kind of pure connection fosters safety, validation, and shared purpose, all vital components of recovery according to social support research. It's been described by people I've known in a few ways, but the discussion when inevitably it comes to the dangers of riding and the risk of riding is that you can't measure the benefits. And one of the common refrains is something along the lines of, there is happiness in riding that can't be measured. And of course, everybody can see the death statistics, everybody can see when somebody comes disabled, but the stuff that can't be measured is only experienced by the person, the individual who experienced it, and not seen by everybody else. So to those who love motorcycling as I do, please ride safe, please enjoy it, please stay healthy. I'm really happy to also welcome the members of ABATE who are here to join us for this resolution on your left side of the chamber.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand and join my good senator from Pueblo in recognizing this special motorcycling tribute. And I can tell you that riding a motorcycle for me really translates into positive mental health. It really does. I can tell when I haven't been on my bike that, my mind hasn't been cleared. And so that is an outlet for me. And I get the comment from people like, aren't you afraid of dying on a motorcycle? And I reply with, I'm afraid of not living because I have the experience of riding on a motorcycle. And that to me is truly life. And as we enter May, Motorcycle Awareness Month, I want to take a moment and recognize the start of motorcycle riding season in Colorado. Many of us are already on our bikes. And I ask every Coloradoan to keep our riders in mind. Motorcycles hold a special place in our state. We get to see so much of Colorado because of our two-wheel vehicles. For thousands of our neighbors, riding is transportation, recreation, it's a way of life. It's woven into the culture of the American West. Every season, Colorado families lose loved ones on our roads. Fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, and friends who don't come home. Many of those losses are preventable. So as the weather warms and more bikes return to our highways, I'd ask everyone to do two simple things. If you ride, wear your gear and ride like your life depends on it, because it does. And if you drive, check your mirrors twice, look before changing lanes, and share the road. The motorcyclist in your blind spot is somebody's family. Let's make this a safe riding season for every Coloradoan, and thank you very much for the time.
Welcome to the Senate. Members, the motion is the adoption of SJR 24. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, SJR 24 is adopted. Co-sponsors, Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Committee reports.
Mr. President, the Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration and had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointments be placed in the consent calendar and confirmed. Members of the Colorado Brain Injury Trust Fund Board, effective July 1st, 2025, for terms expiring June 30th, 2028. Rebecca Wassel of Pueblo, Colorado, reappointed. Caitlin Hayes of Englewood, Colorado, appointed. Kathy Harden of Arvada, Colorado, appointed. Jennifer Medina of Denver, Colorado, appointed. Tobin Wright of Swing, Colorado, appointed. Effective July 1st, 2026, for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Shanice Maloof of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 130 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1241 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1109 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 138 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 146 be amended as follows, and so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up special order second reading of bills, which consist of Senate Bill 116, House Bill 1008, 1009, 1053, and 1088 at the hour of 9:41 a.m.
The motion, the Senate take up those bills on special orders at the hour of 9:41 a.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills in special orders at the hour of 9:41 a.m. Special orders, second reading of the bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Now, what mischief are you going to get into here?
What do you mean, what mischief?
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Will the clerk please read
I'm pretty literal.
the title of Senate Bill 116?
Senate Bill 116 by Senators Weissman and Representative Zakai concerning the taxation of property and in connection therewith authorizing municipalities to levy a lodging tax, clarifying the valuation for assessment of lodging property, extending the portable qualified senior primary residence benefit, and modifying the taxation of business personal property.
Senator Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 116 in the committee reports from Finance and Appropriations.
All right, to the Finance Committee report.
There was a strike below in Finance, after which no elements of the introduced bill remain. The only substantive thing left was to remove the inflation adjustment on the exemption ceiling for business personal property. That's something that goes back a few years ago in law. Right now, it's at $58,000. We're simply writing that amount into statute. That is the net effect. In summary of the finance report, I ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Weissman.
Thank you. In appropriations, we sort of cleaned up the other half of what we did in finance. Again, having taken the inflation creep off of the exemption ceiling, we didn't need to leave in law as complicated a mechanism as we had of how the reimbursement to the counties is calculated for tax revenue foregone. So we are simply writing in the amounts on a per jurisdiction basis from this property tax year. That relieves workload for DPT, for local governments, adds certainty for the state and the local governments who are receiving the warrants and got rid of the fiscal note. So ask for a yes vote on the Approps report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Weissman.
Thank you. Just to sum it up, members, the bill essentially is what has now been amended in the two committee reports. All we are doing is saying we're not going to have an increasing ceiling on BPP. I think we all know the state's fiscal condition, so we're basically going to leave things as they are. I think that is fiscally prudent and necessary at this juncture, and there's certainly room for bigger conversations about all the elements that were introduced in the original version of 116 in future years as circumstances permit. And I sense some discussion, so I will step aside for a moment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to read what part of my canary sheet in approps that I heard this morning with the business personal property tax. Eliminating inflation adjustment to the business personal property exemption threshold is not projected to impact property tax revenue for the property tax year of 27 and 28. This analysis projects that under current law, the exemption threshold for 27 reassessment cycle will be set at $5,800. Or $58,000, sorry, $58,000. Equal to the amount set in the bill. In future years, eliminating inflation adjustment is expected to increase revenue over time for local property tax jurisdictions. Members, as a county commissioner, one of the things that I heard the most was, this is the most anti-business state there is. And part of the reason is because of this business personal property tax. One of the things that I did as a county commissioner is I made sure that we increased the exemption locally That's why I'm not bringing any amendments today, because if you're a local government and you can afford to do this, you should do this. You should make it easier for businesses, and you can adjust your BPP in your local jurisdiction. But I'm just saying that getting rid of this inflation amount, I don't like. I don't think it's a good idea. I think you should be able to, the businesses should be able to count on that larger exemption. So again, this is why I voted no on this bill, and I'll continue to vote no on this bill, because I don't like the fact that we're balancing budgets on the backs of businesses again. Here we go. That's what we're doing. Local governments are going to have to do that, unless those local governments choose to raise the exemption. So, and if I was, again, a county commissioner, that's the thing I would do, is say, okay, guys, every year we're going to go ahead and raise inflation on our own. So we can go ahead and do that and exempt that. There are some great counties out here that already exempt business personal property tax in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think Douglas County is one of them, if I remember right. So I think that's wonderful that they do that. And I think other local governments should follow suit. I mean, we usually look to what Weld County did in Logan County when we looked at our taxes, because they always cut taxes. So again, if you want businesses in your communities to thrive, you don't want to balance a budget on their backs, because ultimately, the citizens are the ones paying this tax. That's ultimately what's going on. So again, I rise in opposition of Senate Bill 116, and I ask for a no vote.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in finance, and I think we had a collective aha moment in finance around the portable senior property tax exemption. So just to back up, for those of you who don't live in assessor world or senior citizens and have this information kind of drummed into you, there are two, there has historically one senior property tax exemption, and you have to be 65 or older, have lived in your home for 10 years in order to qualify, right? It's pretty simple. But the problem with that particular paradigm that the voters approved, gosh, around I think 2001, maybe 2000, is that if you are a senior citizen and you are participating in the senior property tax exemption program, it really doesn't behoove you too much to downsize because you lose your property tax exemption. And with today's real estate values, it's almost prohibitive. So we heard a lot, I've heard for years from senior citizens who are like, why can't this be portable? Why? And that's just not the way it was set up. But a couple of years ago, we did a really good thing, and we created a pilot program to test portability for the senior property tax exemption. I thought it was great. I was really happy. Seniors were really happy. And in fact, about 2,400 households in the state of Colorado are currently participating in this portable senior property tax exemption. Now, when we set this up, this is a really important thing to remember. When it was set up, they basically had to stand up a whole separate program, in part because it was a pilot. And you had to track these properties and their ownership a little bit differently. And that's an assessor thing. So, interestingly enough, that pilot program sunsets in 2027. So part of what this bill does, as amended, is it aligns the dates, because there were some gap problems with the dates in statute, and I'm not questioning that, and I'm not questioning this was a convenient mechanism. This bill was a convenient mechanism to align all those dates. It has nothing to do with the intent of the policy or the sponsor. He's simply just cleaning things up. But I'm going to come back to the aha moment that we had in finance. And the aha moment is that those folks, those 2,400 households that have attained, applied, qualified for this portable senior property tax exemption, it goes away. And it's not like they're grandfathered in or anything, they just lose it. So their property tax bills will increase because this sunsets. Ideally, we would live in a world where we would renew this program. But that is not the case today. And so what we are doing, through no fault of this bill, but I wanted to take this opportunity to make sure that everybody here in this room understands, because you'll be hearing from some pretty angry senior citizens who have lost their senior property tax exemption. In Douglas County, that's about 300. So I wanted to speak to that. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I really appreciate my good colleague, the former commissioner from Peltonia, Upper Peltonia. But he speaks the truth. This different thing. Business personal property taxes are loathed in the business community. That's a mild term. They are loathed by businesses because their perspective is, hey, I bought this furniture, fixture, or equipment. I bought it. I paid sales tax on it, but yet year after year after year, I'm having to pay business personal property taxes, which, oh, by the way, are assessed at a commercial type rate. So they're not cheap. And the idea that we created this exemption amount several years ago legislatively, that was super helpful. You know who that's helpful to? Let's face it, the big businesses, they don't care. That's a drop in the bucket. If they have $1 million worth of business personal property, this isn't super helpful to them. It helps small businesses. It helps the little guy. This was a great thing that we did for those folks. Because my good colleague is correct. Local governments can exempt all or a portion, and they have. And Douglas County has. But they've only exempted the county portion of the tax. They can't exempt the metro district or the school district or the water and sanitation district. They can't exempt that portion. They can only take the county part away, which is not super helpful sometimes. It really isn't. So that's why this exemption on business personal property is super important to the little guy. Super important. This is not a place where we need to be balancing the budget on the back of business. This is not a solution. I am adamantly opposed to that concept of capping the business personal property exemption. It's not like it increases by a lot every year. It's the amount of inflation, and it's every 2 years that it's recalculated, as I recall. So let's not do that. Let's not balance our budget on the back of small business. I stand in opposition of this bill.
Senator Weissman.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Members, we just discussed a lot that's pretty far from the four corners of the bill as amended, and I'm not going to try to go point for point, but just to note a few things. Concerning the portable senior homestead policy, the way the original bill was written is you could potentially have earned into that having moved after 2020. As a reminder, the bill was passed in 2024. So we're not even necessarily talking about a group of people for whom there was like a deliberate reliance interest who moved because of the law we passed. You might have moved in 22 for other reasons, needing to downsize, go to a single level property, get rid of stairs, whatever, and then you found yourself eligible. Now, I'll grant that there's an issue here, and wouldn't it be great if our budget hadn't been blown up by actions in DC or tariffs or conflict in the Middle East or whatnot? We find ourselves in a tough situation we're trying to manage for. That's all that part of the bill amounts to. Now, concerning business personal property, yes, absolutely, local governments, counties have the ability, backing up on Tabor itself, to make those exceptions, and nothing in this bill, whether amended or introduced, disturbs that. That's a choice that local governments can make. The tension here is, when you're in a hole, maybe we should stop digging. I understand the philosophic point that's been made. I also heard very powerfully the idea when we were debating the budget on second reading, that we should do more in terms of supporting IDD services. At some point, there's a tension between the limited dollars that we have. And Reagan sort of referred to politics as a time for choosing. We have nothing but tough choices to make around here in a year like this. I do agree that BPP is a bit of a funny tax. The decision to increase the exemption amount from the old level, $7,900 to originally $50,000, and then to set an inflation adjustment, was actually in a bill that I was a prime sponsor of back in '21, precisely to provide a little bit more relief for small businesses and also paperwork reduction for county officials. BPP, if you look at the distribution, is a lumpy tax. There may have been many small businesses with modest amounts of BPP that weren't actually generating a lot of revenue. The basis of the tax is very much at the high end. So net of the amendments that we made in the 21 bill, about 2/3 of businesses were not paying any BPP. And we made a relatively small change in the big scheme to the revenue collection, which we then agreed to backfill, and we even set the inflation adjuster, frankly, back when times were better than they are now. We have numeric thresholds all throughout state law where we haven't put an inflation adjustment on. It's a policy choice whether this legislature does that. We made one choice in one set of times. Judgment of the bill as amended is we have to make a different choice now. We are still providing the exemption to many small businesses that we did backing up in '21. We're still writing warrants annually to local governments for the revenue that they are foregoing. So a lot of valid things to talk about in future years. I think my point here is let's remember the context, and back to the very, very small bill that this now is, I'm asking for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 116. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 116 is adopted. Clerk, please read the title of House Bill 1008.
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Lukinson, Taggart, and Senators Marchman and Rich, concerning measures to enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in the state in connection therewith, expanding the Division of Parks and Wildlife's capacity for outdoor recreation, coordination, planning, and management, and making an appropriation.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1008 and the Ag and Natural Resources Committee report.
To the committee report.
In committee, we made an amendment for CCI to ensure that not only are local governments engaged in development of regional priorities and associated planning efforts and projects in their jurisdictions, but consideration is also given to the local government's priorities and planning efforts so that they're cooperative and complementary. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the option of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to the appropriations report.
All right, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L11?
Amendment L11, amend Ringaro's Bill, page
Senator
17.
Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L11.
To the amendment.
This amendment came up due to a revised fiscal note. When DNR leases vehicles, they do so with money that is not part of the enterprise, so it draws a fiscal. And so what this amendment does, as promised in appropriations this morning to get the bill out, was removes that vehicle lease component. We anticipate that DNR will continue to use the vehicles they have, and if they need new vehicles, they will bring those forward in a budget request in the future. So I would ask for an aye vote on L011.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm in support of this amendment, and I just want to say, first of all, thank you to both of the sponsors. We were in appropriations this morning. We understood that there would have been a general fund impact. With this amendment, it takes away any general fund impact. The rest of when you're looking at appropriations, it's all based out of a cash fund. I was asked this morning if I trust the sponsors, and I said, absolutely I do. And here they are, fulfilling what they said they would do, which was bring this amendment forward. So I just want to say thank you. And I just want everybody to know, it's nice to know that even though maybe we're on both sides of the aisle or whatever, that we can act in very civil, professional, respectful manners. And I appreciate you both for doing this. So thank you. I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so happy to be on this bill, House Bill 1008, and certainly with my co-prime, Senator Marchman. Outdoor recreation experiences span across Colorado, and not only are they iconic to our state, but they support physical health, mental well-being, environmental stewardship, economic prosperity, and countless other public benefits. In particular, in 2023, outdoor recreation in Colorado contributed $65.8 billion in economic output, $36.5 billion or 8.5% of Colorado's GDP, $11.2 billion in local, state, and federal tax revenue, and 404,000 jobs, or 12.5% of the state's labor force. While we all love to see all the residents and tourists enjoying the outdoors, we have to ensure recreational lands are managed in a way that helps keep our public lands, infrastructure, working lands, wildlife, and experiences from being loved to death. I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1008.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my amazing co-prime from Mesa County. We share a first name, and it's not a very popular first name, so we love to do bills like this. I'm really excited about this bill. It does two things. It just formalizes CPW as the lead state agency charged with implementing Colorado's outdoor strategy, and it solidifies their role in outdoor rec planning, management, and coordination, while ensuring that key local, state, and federal partners and stakeholders are at the table to help shape these discussions and inform CPW's decisions. And with that, I would ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1008.
Is there any further discussion on the Janus bill? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1008. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1009?
House Bill 1009 by Representatives Duran and Gonzalez and Senators Wallace and Pelton B. concerning using a mandatory lethality assessment when responding to a domestic violence incident.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we are pleased to present to you House Bill 1009, which is bipartisan legislation that promotes the type of policy I think that we should all endorse. It's grounded in evidence, centered on survivors, and dedicated to prevention. Research tells us that domestic violence homicides often follow clear warning signs. This bill ensures that when law enforcement is present, a proven method is in place to identify high-risk situations and connect survivors immediately to confidential Oh, can I move the bill, please?
You can. Senator Wallace.
Happy Friday, Mr. Chair. I would love to move House Bill 10009. Also, the Majority Leader has taken responsibility for this error.
Okay. Noted. Noted. Further, back to discussion on the bill.
Well, yes.
Senator Wallace.
Yes.
Senator.
No, keep going.
No, yes. Okay, so when high-risk situations are happening with survivors, we're connecting them immediately to confidential support and to safety planning. So in this bill, starting July of 2027, officers responding to domestic violence calls will carry out evidence-based lethality assessments, including in its findings in their reports, and if a case is deemed high risk, refer victims straight away to a community advocate via phone. This approach is not new for my community in particular. Boulder, along with the entirety of the 20th Judicial District, already use this assessment each time they're responding to a call. This legislation is about expanding an already successful response so survivors throughout Colorado receive similarly coordinated evidence-based intervention. A survivor's access to strong support should not be determined by their zip code. What stands out most to me about this bill is its commitment to survivor safety without compromising survivor autonomy. The lethality assessment protocol is voluntary and puts survivors at the center. They may choose whether to complete the screening or speak with an advocate, and most crucially, support is offered during moments of crisis, not delayed when the opportunity may slip away. This model connects survivors directly to confidential community-based domestic violence advocates through a 24/7 hotline or similar service, recognizing that emergencies occur beyond business hours. And since domestic violence, sexual assault, and other gendered and family violence are rooted in power and control, giving victims a choice, a voice, and an advocate to help them in these critical moments will mean a restoration of power for those survivors. Finally, this bill emphasizes critical accountability on the state's part. It tasks the Attorney General, partnered with a Colorado-based domestic violence survivor coalition, with developing training for peace officers. Statewide reporting will also become mandatory, and the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board will evaluate the law's impact and report findings to us as the legislature. We're not simply setting a standard through this measure, we're measuring its effectiveness and pledging ongoing improvement based on outcomes. Lethality screenings add another layer of safety, a research-driven, evidence-based measure that helps pinpoint high-risk survivors and quickly link them to resources. Thank you again for your consideration, members, and I look forward to the conversation today.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to my co-prime, the good senator from Longmont. She stepped into this halfway through this bill. We've been doing this since the summer, and she's really, you can tell how passionate she is about this bill, and I appreciate her and her help through this. And we've seen a rise in domestic violence deaths in the state of Colorado, and so we are doing this to help to try to prevent that. So again, I just ask for an aye vote on House Bill 26-1009.
Further discussion. Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just needed to get up and speak on behalf of the town of Parker because they have and first of all, thank you to the bill sponsors. I think this is great legislation. I think it's really important. One thing that the folks that I represent have concerns about is it's not really talking, it's specific to a community-based advocate, which is defined in the bill. But there are many law enforcement agencies and DA's offices that actually employ victims advocates, and they feel like they're being kind of cut out by the wording in this bill. So I wanted to just step up, one, to thank the bill sponsors. I think this is great in principle, but I want to make sure that I put it out into the universe that law enforcement victims advocates play an incredibly important role in these situations, and I do believe that they need to be included in this legislation. Thank you very much.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. I hope we all are aware of the tragedy that happened last weekend in Louisiana, in which a domestic violence perpetrator murdered 7 of his own children, another family member, and 2 women that were involved in this. In the state of Louisiana, they do not have an extreme risk protection order like we have here in the state of Colorado. That is beneficial to doing things that something like this is a part of. I'm surprised to not see that listed in any of the assessment here that law enforcement is going to do, because we know when you have the ability to temporarily remove the most lethal means from people who are on the verge of taking violence against others, it's beneficial. And in actuality, over 50% of our children that we worry about each and every day are murdered in their own homes by one of their parents. That is why this type of stuff is so important, and that's why I come to this well on a regular basis to make sure that we do all we can to keep our kids and the rest of our community safe. Thank you.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the members who came to speak on this legislation. First off, we agree with the good senator from Douglas County that law enforcement embedded victims advocates are an important part of this. They are just one part of this, and we also see the need for confidential advocates who are not necessarily tied directly in with law enforcement and can allow survivors, as embedded advocates can too, to work through their process in their own way as they choose to do so. It's not going around them, it's not excluding them from the process, it's just simply directing to one person whose only goal is to be there for the survivor, and then they can, of course, incorporate with other victims advocates in the law enforcement system and with law enforcement themselves, or continue to do so after being referred. To the good senator from Centennial, we agree as well, or I agree as well, that there is a place for the conversation here in terms of how this violence is enacted. I will say that once these assessments are done, once folks are connected, they are much more likely to be removed from a harmful situation, and to have that done so in a way that feels empowering to them and is their own choice, which is the most successful way to intervene in domestic violence situations. So regardless of how the violence is happening, what we want is victim-centered response that ensures robust safety for them moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1053?
House Bill 1053 by Representatives Morrow and Senators Pelton B. and Wallace, concerning the administration of duties related to the ownership of a vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261053 in the Finance and the Appropriations Committee reports. Oh, I'm sorry, just the Finance Committee report.
All right, to the committee report.
So in the Finance Committee, we removed a section of the bill, and it removed the fiscal note, and we are continuing conversations with the Department of Revenue on continuing ways on how we can improve customer service. One of those things is the clerks are just having that conversation moving forward. They asked for both the clerks and the Department of Revenue asked that for that part to be stricken from the bill, so we took it out in the Finance Committee.
Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Appropriations Committee report.
There is
There is no.
yes,
no. Sorry about that. I forgot. We were on the. I was on the committee. Yes, I forgot about that. We did not accept the J amendment. So yes, I move House Bill 261053.
All right, any discussion on the bill? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was mentioned, every few years, the County Clerks Association proposes legislation to provide technical updates and statutory adjustments to the motor vehicle laws. This bill is common sense legislation that and reforms at the request of those clerks that really make our registration systems and therefore our roads run.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So also 1053 under current law, an owner of a vehicle that pays specific ownership tax, except interstate commerce carriers have their license plates retired and reissued new plates when the vehicle ownership is transferred. The bill repeals the requirements for reissuance and allows an owner to request the transfer of the plate. It's going to save us money, folks. The county clerks are, yes, I know. We've actually heard when that bill got adopted in Logan County, and I mean, when I was a county commissioner there, I heard a lot about complaints about, I cannot keep my old license plate. These people had their license plates for decades. And they were just so frustrated that they had to give them up. So that was something that they talked about. This bill also requires the department to develop, implement, and maintain a comprehensive contingency plan. So when some of the stuff, when the systems go down in some counties, they just can't go to another county. Like Washington County can't go to Logan County to get their plates issued. They have to figure out a way that we can make this happen. So people aren't losing that time to renew their plates. So again, this is a really good bill. I appreciate the county clerk so much, and I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 26-1053.
Further discussion, Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to take this opportunity to say I love this bill, and I encourage all of you to vote for it. Thank you.
All right, feeling the love. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1053. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. The clerk please read the title of House Bill 1088.
House Bill 1088 by Representatives Clifford and Taggart and Senators Cutter and Colker concerning entity filings made with the Secretary of State and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1088 and the committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had amended the bill in committee basically to allow, if there's a lawsuit, that the lawsuit be filed in Denver, regardless of where the business is located. It centralizes these types of cases, and that's what we did.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1088 is a follow-up on a bill that I ran previously, basically helping the Attorney General and the Secretary of State coordinate and fight business identity theft. The solution that we're adding here is to streamline their process, reducing the burden on both the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office, while improving protections and options for impacted people and businesses. We have a lot of shenanigans going on with people filing numerous business filings. I think we had one in the thousands, one person was filing, and of course, many of those are fraudulent, and we're trying to crack down on those to make sure that we're protecting the businesses that are rightfully and lawfully registered here in Colorado, and I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1088. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 24, 2026. Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 116, as amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1008, as amended. House Bill 1009. House Bill 1053, as amended. House Bill 1088, as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Seeing none, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. SB 26-116, as amended, passed on second reading and ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. HB 26-1008, as amended. HB 26-1009, HB 26-1053, as amended. HB 26-1088, as amended. Passed on second reading and ordered, revised, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Okay. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1304 by Representative Lindsay and Winter T. and Senators Pelton B. and Hendrickson, concerning the authority of History Colorado to dispose of rights related to minerals and in connection therewith authorizing the disposal of Weld County rights and West Virginia rights.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the passage of the bill on third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar, which is House Bill 1304.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Seeing none, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, and I'm sorry, I don't have the bill calendar in front of me. House Bill 1304 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Co-sponsors. Okay, seeing none. Please add Mr. Senator President Coleman, and please add the President. Okay. Third reading of bills, final passage. Senatorial fight. Will the clerk please read Senate Bill 149?
Senate Bill 149 by Senators Amabile and Simpson and Representatives Caldwell and McCluskey, concerning pathways for individuals with mental health disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L. No.
Move the bill first.
Move the bill. Okay. I was going to have you do that. I move Senate Bill 149. And ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Okay, the motion is for a third reading amendment to Senate Bill 149. Please, yes, please tell us about why you would like permission for a third reading amendment.
Okay, Shelby Ross, the bill drafter, said I should run this amendment, and if you guys want to mess with Shelby, you're welcome.
Okay, you have heard the motion for a third reading amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please offer your amendment. We have.
Okay.
There is an amendment at the desk. Please, will the clerk please read L056?
Amendment L056, amending gross bill, page 89, line 9, strike 23.5, page 103.
Senator Amabile.
I move L56.
Thank you. Please tell us about L056.
It's just a technical amendment because this is a 200-page bill in which we amended with about, 55 pages of amendments, and some things just weren't exactly right, and this fixes that. I ask for a yes vote.
Senate Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill about competency was slightly incompetent but restorable, so we offered the amendment to restore it. Ask for an aye vote.
Very good. You have heard the motion. All those in favor of L056? Or do we have to take a recorded? Okay, are there any no votes on 0056? We do have to do a recorded vote. Okay, seeing none, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, L056 is passed. To the bill, so you renewed the motion for passage. Minority Leader Simpson? The motion
Thank you,
is
Madam
for-
President. I move Senate Bill 149 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Are there any no votes on 149? Seeing none, with a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, 149 is adopted. Okay. Co-sponsors, Senator Kolker, Senator Gonzalez, Senator President Mr. Coleman, Senator Wallace, Senator Marchman, Senator Judah, Senator Kirkmeyer, Senator Carson, Senator Bright, Senator Pelton R., and Senator Pelton B., and Catlin, Senator Catlin, Senator Baisley, Senator Rich, Senator Zamora Wilson, Senator Ball. Please add the president. Okay, that takes us to second reading of bills consent calendar with Senator Roberts.
After consent, okay.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Can you tell them that? Committee will come to order. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the general orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 160 by Senator Rodriguez concerning employee protections in the workplace. Senate Bill 169 by Senator Roberts and Carson and Representatives Luck and Camacho concerning the non-substantive revision of the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the passage of the two bills on general order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which is Senate Bill 160 and Senate Bill 169, and there are no committee reports.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of all the bills on the general order, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those bills are adopted. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 24, 2026. Madam President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report is had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 160, Senate Bill 169 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. SB 20, let's see, hold on. So SB 160, SB 26-169 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Second reading of bills, Senator Roberts. Oh, Senator Wiseman, okay.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Wiseman will take the chair.
Dylan.
Committee will come to order. Court rules relaxed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 160, proceed out of order, take up Senate Bill 163.
Members, the motion is to take up immediately 163. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We'll proceed to consider SB 163. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to SB 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senator Roberts and Representative Smith, concerning the regulation of gambling activities in the state and in connection therewith expanding the membership of the Colorado Limited Gaming Control Commission, repealing the Colorado Racing Commission and transferring its authorities to the Colorado Limited Gaming Control Commission, repealing the Division of Racing Events and transferring its regulatory activities to the Division of Gaming, expanding the scope of licensing duties that the Colorado Limited Gaming Control Commission may delegate to the Division of Gaming, allowing individuals to voluntarily exclude themselves from sports betting in the state, and allowing the Director of the Division of Gaming to approve optional wagers and minor modifications for certain table games.
Sorry about that, Mr. Schaffler. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaffler. I move Senate Bill 163 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. In Finance, we adopted several amendments that considerably narrow the scope of this bill. This is a bill coming from the Department of Revenue in order to do some cleanup and changes, minor changes to the regulation of table games and allowing people to put themselves on the self-exclusion list for sports betting. As many of you know, I represent the communities in Gilpin County of Black Hawk and Central City where limited gaming happens. In addition, one of the counties where limited gaming happens, and then the good senator from Woodland Park represents the other. That was the intent of my involvement of this bill. We also, in the introduced version, had some language about horse racing and consolidating the Racing Commission into the Commission on Gaming. There was a good conversation about that, but after that conversation, we decided to amend all of the parts of the bill related to horses and horse racing out. So that is no longer a part of the bill. Hopefully the title will become considerably shorter as well after we adopt the Finance Committee report. And so with that, I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Further discussion on the Finance Committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, yes, as I mentioned, this is a very narrow bill now with the adoption of the committee report. It allows the commissioner or the commission to make some modest changes to certain table games without going through the full process. It increases some of the oversight of illegal gaming in our state and then allows people to add themselves to the self-exclusion list for sports betting, which is good for addiction and responsible gaming. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 163.
Thank you. Further discussion on 163. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of SB 163. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Couple of ayes have it. 163 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1288.
Members, the motion is to proceed to consider House Bill 1288. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We will proceed to consider 1288. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to House Bill 1288.
House Bill 1288 by Representatives Joseph and Carter and Senators Roberts and Wallace concerning measures related to jury selection.
To the bill, Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I very proudly move House Bill 26-1288.
Any discussion? Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is wonderful to be joining my co-prime today to ensure our legal system remains fair. As amended, this bill sets up a working group within the Judicial Department to make recommendations regarding jury selection reform. The working group will be composed of key stakeholders, including attorneys and judges to ensure there is buy-in for the recommendations that come forward. Importantly, the bill requires the working group to issue a progress report by December of 2026. That report will help us as a legislature understand what kind of progress has been made, and if we believe that we're not getting the progress that we're looking for, we can, of course, pull a bill title. Additionally, we are requiring the Supreme Court to make a decision on those proposed recommendations by June of 2027. This bill reflects thoughtful input from trial practitioners, judicial stakeholders, and advocates committed to strengthening public trust in our courts. It is informed by peer-reviewed research and best practices implemented in our state, and with that, we ask for an aye vote.
Senator Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Longmont for her work on this bill and partnership and explanation. The only thing I would add is a thanks to the Judicial Department, who is going to convene this working group of people from all sides of the criminal legal system and the civil legal system to talk about how we can make jury selection more efficient. You all may have personally experienced, and I know you certainly hear from constituents about jury service and key part of our society, but it varies widely across the state and even within individual courtrooms within the same courthouse, depending on the judge that is overseeing the case. We want to try to standardize that to give attorneys, defendants, litigants a more reasonable and way that we pick our juries so that they know what they're counting on when they walk into that courtroom, and everybody can get a fair and impartial jury for their trial. So this is a really important step, and we look forward to the conversation that will ensue after this bill passes. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1288? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1288. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1288 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1320.
Members, the motion is to take up House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We will proceed to consider immediately House Bill 1320. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Nguyen and Garcia and Senator Benavidez, concerning statutory requirements for ballot title language and in connection therewith requiring the use of accessible language and allowing for the modification of statutorily required ballot title language.
Senator Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261320 and the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the committee, we had a small amendment that was just a technical change that the drafter put together. That sort of had been overlooked when they made some amendments in the House. So I urge a yes vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Further discussion on the committee report. Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the committee report from State Veterans and Military Affairs. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. A couple of quiet ayes have it. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Benavidez.
Thank you. Members, this bill is just to clarify to help people understand the terminology used in ballot initiatives. So it gives some guidance to the title board in how they look at the language, to use more plain language in ballot titles. Because sometimes, and I know you all know one of the cities to the west of Denver just had a ballot initiative, and if you voted yes, you were really voting no. That issue comes up, so they really need this plain language to understand that. And it gives some guidance, things like using common words, clear structure, sort of straightforward explanation, and some flexibility in how the ballot questions are structured. So that's basically what the bill does, and I would urge a yes vote on the bill.
Further discussion. Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard this in committee, and I do have some concerns with this bill. I believe when you bring in common language, there can be some subjectivity, and so I prefer to have the legal language. We can
where it's more specific. And so, just so it prevents from any bias or subjectivity, I would urge a no vote on 1320. Thank you.
Members, any further discussion? Senator Benavides.
Thank you to my colleague for that. And we did discuss it in committee. And one of the things I neglected to say is research has shown when ballot language is confusing or overly complex, voters are more likely to skip the question altogether. So I think that's important, and providing this guidance isn't a requirement, and we're not asking them to overlook aspects of the initiative. So with that, I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1320? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of House Bill 1320. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 1320 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 135.
Members, the motion is to take up Senate Bill 135. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it. 130. We will proceed to consider 135. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title to Senate Bill 135.
Senate Bill 135 by Senators Bridges and Kipp and Representatives Bacon and Lukens, concerning state public education K-12 funding and in connection therewith increasing appropriations for state public education K-12 by up to 2% for 10 years using the increased appropriations for district school financing factor funding, allowing the state to retain an amount of state revenue in excess of the limitation on state fiscal year spending equal to the state public K-12 education funding, and submitting a ballot question to the registered electors of the state.
Sorry again, Mr. Schaffler. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 135.
And there are some committee
And the
reports.
Finance Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
In the Finance Committee, we made some adjustments to how the formula for the positive factor works. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we made some changes as well to some of the details in the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My mom, my grandma, my aunt, my mother-in-law, and my brilliant wife all are or were teachers. Thanksgiving would have been very awkward if I had not spent the last 10 years fighting for public education. And here's what I know. Colorado students are producing incredible results. Our teachers do heroic work every day. And yet Colorado has some of the lowest paid teachers in the country and one of the highest teacher turnover rates in the country. That doesn't reflect Colorado values. And I don't believe it reflects what Colorado voters want either. This referred measure is a specific targeted ask with built-in accountability. It would allow Colorado to invest billions more in our schools over the next decade if our economy remains strong. Nothing radical, nothing reckless, just the simple idea that when Colorado's economy grows, our investment in education grows with it. And when the economy tightens, this measure tightens with it. There is a built-in brake, so funding adjusts with economic conditions, and it assures that when we come back, we make up for what we have lost during that economic downturn. That is responsible budgeting. Because the reality is simple. We have a rationing limit tied to inflation plus population, but the cost of educating our kids rises faster than inflation. Educators' salaries rise faster than inflation. Healthcare costs for those educators rise faster than inflation. The cost of building schools goes up faster than inflation. And our fiscal rules haven't kept up. So even when Colorado's economy grows, our ability to invest in kids falls behind. This measure gives voters the chance to fix that, because every Colorado kid deserves the opportunity to thrive no matter where they come from. For more than a decade, we've had something called the negative factor. Billions of dollars promised to our schools that we didn't deliver. This measure gives us a chance to turn that around with a positive factor. Instead of falling behind, we can lead, because education is economic opportunity. It's the engine of Colorado's workforce. It's how a kid from any neighborhood, city, or county in the state gets the chance to earn a good life. And in a state as strong and prosperous as Colorado, our schools should reflect that strength. It is time for Colorado schools to be as strong as the state of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kipp.
Thank you, and I would like to thank my good colleague from Greenwood Village for inviting me to join him on this bill. And I just want to let you know, one of the things that my good colleague has said is that this is not my bill, this is not his bill. This is the bill that is being brought to us by the teachers of Colorado, the people in Colorado who are looking for better opportunity for our children. So Colorado's public schools are chronically underfunded. Students are in overcrowded classrooms, educators are stretched thin, and the programs and supports kids need to thrive are simply not there sometimes. We cannot continue asking schools or the educators who hold them together to do more with less. At the same time, Colorado is facing a structural budget crisis that has compounded over decades under outdated fiscal limits. For 30 years, our spending cap has not kept pace with our population, our economy, or our student needs. That has left critical programs and services underfunded for decades, from education and healthcare to infrastructure and public safety. This measure is a responsible first step forward towards addressing both of those challenges. It allows Colorado to use revenue it already collects for K-12 education without raising taxes. And when we invest in smaller class sizes, stronger programs, and retaining high-quality teachers, we are investing in our kids, the future of our workforce, our economy, and our communities. This is not schools versus everything else. K-12 education makes up one of the largest portions of our state budget. When we reduce pressure on the general fund, freeing up capacity for Medicaid, behavioral health, infrastructure, and public safety, relieving pressure on the education side of the budget helps stabilize the entire state budget and helps prevent lawmakers from making the kinds of painful trade-offs we have been forced to make this session and last. We cannot fix 30 years of structural imbalance overnight, but we have to start taking responsible steps now. This measure is one of those steps, and it is a critical one for Colorado schools and students. Most importantly, this decision belongs to the voters. Senate Bill 135 simply gives Coloradans the opportunity to decide whether they want to make this investment in public education. I trust them to make that choice, and I urge my colleagues to give them that opportunity. I ask for your yes vote on Senate Bill 26, 135.
And then we do.
Senator Bridges. There is an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, not yet.
Will the clerk please read L10?
Amendment L10, amend printed bill, page 6, line 21.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is purely a technical amendment from our drafter that fixes dates and updates the bill title to reflect the positive factor.
Could you please move the amendment?
Oh, thank you. I move L010.
All right. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read L14?
Amendment L14.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, I move L014.
Thank you to the amendment.
Thank you. L014 renames the excess state revenue account to the children's account. In this bill, we cannot narrow the purposes of that account. We are working on additional legislation, either in an existing bill or in one that will run here. We still have plenty of time left that will limit the uses of this fund to things like pre-K, additional dollars for K-12, support for kids with developmental disabilities, those sorts of things. So it is an appropriate name for that fund, and we ask for an aye vote on L014.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Children's Fund. I'm assuming that means that the campaign slogan is going to be, "We're doing this for the children." if we're going to change it to the Children's Fund. I thought it was already going to be there, but from when all the people that were here in the last couple of weeks, I thought it was going to be for the teachers. But apparently it's going to be for the children. So we're going to change, what this amendment does is it changes the excess state revenues. The excess state revenues fund, and substitute that to be the Children's Fund. Clever. That's very clever. Let me just read you what is in the fiscal note, and it's throughout the bill as well. If additional revenue remains after funding the positive factor, another clever terminology there, the remaining revenue may be spent for any purpose. Any purpose. Now, I had Legislative Council Services run a simulation of what kind of revenues we're talking about, which is, looks to me like we are increasing, when you increase the cap, we're increasing taxes. And LCS ran this simulation factor, and basically, over the course of 10 years, just taking the average, if this were carried out over the next 10 years, if this vote prevails, which I don't think it will, but if it does, we would increase the cap and the potential revenues all the way up to $37.5 billion. And of that amount, $9 billion would go to school districts. So saying this is for the children is a bit disingenuous when it may be spent for any purpose. I mean, there's no restrictions either on what that is. There's nothing in this bill or in the ballot title that requires that all of the money that could be raised because of this is going to have to be spent on children. It could be spent anywhere. I mean, granted, there'll probably be spent on children, but it can be spent anywhere. Yes, it could actually go to roads. I know that's the good senator from Greenwood Village, favorite place to spend money. Just teasing. But anyways, campaign slogan, for the children. But let's be honest, this isn't about for the children. Changing the name is a bit disingenuous because really, I just heard it, opening comments. It's to help stabilize the entire state budget. Whoa, we should be changing it to help to stabilize the entire state budget fund, because that's what it's meant for. We need to stop hiding behind kids. Quit trying to fake out, gaslight the population. This is about writing a blank check so that state government can do everything they'd ever thought that they ever wanted to do at any point and spend as much money as they can. It's more than just where it used to be balancing the budget on the taxpayers' back, or on the students' back. Now it's about balancing the budget on taxpayers' back and continuing their addiction to spending and trying to say, yeah, but we're going to do it for the children. I asked for a no vote. I think, again, there needs to be some honesty here about what these funds can actually be spent on. And, I know you can make the case that we're going to spend it on children, but the reality is it's going to be spent to ensure that help stabilize the entire state budget. That's why, excess state revenues was probably a more decent name for that fund. I asked for a no vote on L014. Let's be honest. Let's be honest to the taxpayers, to the voters, what we're actually doing here. It's excess state revenues that can be spent anywhere. Ask for a no vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned in my comments asking for an aye vote on the bill, we cannot define the uses of that fund in this bill, given the title of the bill and the original purpose of the bill. We are looking at additional legislation to narrow what those purposes are. As I said in my opening comments asking for an aye vote on this amendment, we are thinking that that would include things like additional dollars for K-12. If there are a whole lot more, if there's a whole lot more available to invest in K-12, the lobby for K-12 has been remarkably successful at bringing in those dollars. I expect they will be in the future as well, whether that's pre-K or support for kids with disabilities. We are looking at alternative vehicle to an alternative bill that would define that particular piece, because again, we cannot define that in this bill without a title ruling. So we will be narrowing the purpose of that fund, which is why we are renaming it here in this bill. But again, we cannot do it in this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm almost positive that we already have a fund that talks about children. If I remember right, it's the Kids Matter Fund that actually that has narrow scope to it. I'm not sure why we're calling this the Children's Fund. I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with trying to take it to the voters and say that we're going to do it for children. But here's what I want to know is that we're only doing the amount that is the positive factor. What about all the money that's going to be put in there for the saving of the budget, like the if I'm reading what the legislative staff gave us when we're talking about available amount of dollars for other purposes. So in 2028 and 29, it's 233 million extra after the positive factor is paid. 2029 to 2030, we're talking about $1 billion. 2030 to 2031, 1.7 billion. I mean, it keeps going up and up and up, and you see that the Tabor refunds go away. And so I think that if we're going to do this for the children, like it says in here, it needs to be all of it for the children, not just the positive factor, all of it. So if that's the way it's going to be sold to the people, we need to be honest, because I think it says it right there in the ballot language. It just talks about teachers' pay, teachers, smaller class sizes, trades, that sort of thing. We need to be honest about this, and it needs to go all to that. But right now, with this amendment, it just says it's only the positive factor. It's not all of it. So I have a real problem with this. Again, we need to be honest with the people when we're talking about this. I ask for a no vote on L14.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted. Senator Bridges?
Yes.
There is an amendment at the desk. All right, will the clerk please read L19?
Amendment L19, amend printed bill, page 7 of the bill, strike line 17 and 18.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L19.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill does a couple of things. First, the creation of the children's account. This first section here ensures the correct homestead accounting with that account. This second part here, lines 17 through 21, is a very important part. We have heard concerns from folks out in communities across the state that the very creative budget committee could just create a negative factor paid for with the positive factor. And so what line 17 through 21 says is that there is a required maintenance of effort in existing K-12 funds. You cannot simply reduce what it is that you are giving to K-12 on one hand and pay for it with the other. That is a very important change that we make here. And then the rest of this is about accelerating the use of these funds. The bill as it is currently drafted takes the revenue above the current rationing limit, puts it into that children's account, and then spends it the following year on that positive factor. So there is, in other words, there is a year lag between. What this does is simply makes it part of the regular budgeting process. We know what that revenue limit will be every year, and the same as we do every year with the forecasts that the Budget Committee receives, this just makes it part of that regular budgeting process. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion on L19? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. L19 is adopted. Senator Pelton. Yes, we are to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of things up here. I brought the bill with me, the pre-amended version, and a couple of things that I want to talk about. I'm going to talk about again that, and we heard it in the opening comments about balancing the budget, because essentially we're going to be getting rid of people's Tabor refunds completely. But the thing about it is like I wanted to go to page 7, the end of section 2 here, where it says a district's positive factor acceleration percentages available to the districts to fund. And we got Roman numeral, the first Roman numeral there on line 7, it says increasing teachers' pay. The next one's improving teacher retention, lowering class sizes, increasing access to career technical courses. And then it talks about the legislative council staff shall annually protect a budget year's positive factor accelerating percentage as soon as practicable based upon the March revenue forecast, and it talks by the General Assembly in setting the budget for the next state fiscal year. So it talks about that. It may be used for that, maybe. And then let's go back to the ballot language, where it says, shall state investment in K through 12 public education increase 2% each year for the next 10 years, with investments used to increase teachers' pay, improve teachers' retention, lower class sizes, and increase access to career and technical courses without raising taxes, but instead funded by raising the annual limit on the state fiscal year spending only by the amount spent on public K through 12 education as a voter-approved revenue change and requiring an annual public release independent audit to show how the new investments are spent. Doesn't say anything about balancing the budget. Doesn't say anything about where the excess revenues are going. That is just, I mean, this language, I know it talks about plain language, and I heard that a lot in the approps committee when we heard this. It's in the plain language. Well, the plain language is not telling us about the excess revenues. Where's that going? Where's the Tabor refunds going other than just a little bit that's going to K through 12? Where's the rest of it going? That's an issue. We're not being honest with the voters with this. If this is the way the language is going to read, then I have an amendment to fix that.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk, please read L12.
Amendment L12, amendment Senate Appropriations Committee report dated April 17, 2026, page 6, line 3, strike may and substitute shall transfer the
Senator
remainder.
Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L12, the Senate Bill 135.
All right, to the amendment.
Thank you. So what this is going to say is that it says, shall the transfer the remainder to the kids matter account created in section 2255-103. That is the account I talked about earlier on the prior amendment. This account is very, very narrowly on what it can be spent, but all the money goes there. All the excess revenue, all the Tabor refunds. If we are going to use this language on the ballot, then we need to be honest about it. It's not going to balance the budget. It's not going to any of that stuff. It's going to go to actual children, the Kids Matter Fund that can be spent in that way. That's where it's going. If this is the ballot language we're using, we should not be disingenuous by sending this out to the voters saying, okay, we're going to use some of the money for K through 12, but then we're going to balance the budget with your excess Tabor refunds that we're taking away from you. That's what that's saying, or that's what we're not telling people with this ballot language. The ballot language needs to be correct. I saw a great story on the news the other night when they did they worked with the Independence Institute and showed what happens when somebody tried to bring this actual bill in front of the title board. They changed this language because it wasn't doing what the bill actually said. So they had to change this language. That's what we should be telling people. We should be changing this to say, if that's what the ballot language is, we're going to say, all right, well, all the money is going to K through 12, not just a little portion. I ask for an aye vote on L12.
Senator Bridges.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, after you. I'm going to ask for a no. I don't think it's a surprise.
Who's going next? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great amendment, and you want to know why it's so great? We heard the good sponsor from Greenwood Village, or Cherry Creek, or wherever, down that way. I know you love it when we say that, so that's why I just continue to say it. But we heard the good senator say that they need to run another bill because they didn't get this one right. But they need to run another bill because, he's heard the criticism, I'm sure, that, whoa, there's a lot of money going someplace else other than towards education. Maybe he listened to some of those teachers that I spoke to a couple of weeks ago in the hallway. But we heard him say there's going to be another bill so that they can direct with purpose this time where the excess state revenues go to, because they can't get it to fit under this title. Well, gosh, Amendment 12 fits right under this title, fits under this title perfectly, and it would require that there is no such thing as excess revenues. And they've already changed the fund name to the Children's Fund. Pretty close. I am pretty particular to the Kids Matter Fund, but that's pretty close, so we don't even need to worry about it. We could just change this. You should have just changed it to the Kids Matter Fund. But quite frankly, this amendment, L12, fixes it. Because it just says, right, that all the money, all of the other money, after you do the positive factor for schools, would go towards put in the Kids Matter account. And you know what the Kids Matter account could be used for? And this was hammered out last year when the Kids Matter Fund was created. But the Kids Matter account can only be used on total program funding and categoricals, which is the majority of what we're spending dollars on in this state for education funding, K-12 education funding. So I think it makes sense. If we're changing, we had a name change from the State Excess Revenue Fund to the Children's Fund, and now we're just saying, no, just don't even worry about the State Excess Fund. Just transfer it all over into the Kids Matter Fund. And then I think we're doing you a favor here. You don't have to carry another bill. We don't have to be down here talking about yet another bill about how you're taking people's Tabor refund check to put somewhere else instead of in their pocket to put in state government pocket. But here's the thing, this is perfect. Again, you don't have to carry another bill. Money moves into, and it goes with what, for the most part, what your stated reasons for this bill were in the first place. I mean, I could go through the legislative declaration, but I might get a ruling that, or might get somebody to tell me that I need to stick to the amendment, so I'll do that later. But transferring it to the Kids Matter Fund means all of these tax increase dollars, the increase on taxpayers, all of these dollars would truly go towards education. They could go towards the total program amount and the total and the categorical programs in our state. And then maybe at that point, school districts would actually have enough money to give teachers a salary increase, other than just the positive factor dollars. So again, ask for an aye vote on L012.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of L012 as well. I was looking at the fiscal note, and you get to the overview, summary information. And the good senator from Brighton is correct. There's no reason for another bill because this takes care of that. But what concerned me when we're talking about this being an education bill, here's this language. Any additional revenue after required spending on homestead exemption reimbursements and the K-12 education with any remaining money spent or saved as determined by the General Assembly. So if this is truly about education funding, then this amendment, L012, takes care of that. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair. But again, it was put on here and it was said in the opening by the good senator from Greenwood Village, nothing radical, nothing reckless. That's what he said. So what we're asking for is we don't need another bill. because we're almost, what are we, less than 20 days before this session is over. We don't need another bill. We have an amendment that matches this ballot language with what the bill would be supposed to do then with this amendment. That's exactly what it would do. Put it into the Kids Matter Fund, and that's what it would do. So I'm just saying that we don't need another bill. We don't need anything else. We've got the amendment. We got the amendment that squares this bill up with the actual language in the bill that is going to be on the ballot. Let the people decide honestly on it. Let's do it that way. We don't need to have where the excess revenue goes by the General Assembly. We don't need any of that stuff. We just need this amendment to be matched. This amendment matches the rest of this bill language up with the ballot language. That's what we need. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to support this amendment L12. I think this is an absolutely critical amendment. Truth in advertising. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill sets in motion a process that, if it is approved by the taxpayers of Colorado, this will be by far the largest tax increase in the history of Colorado. This could be $37 billion in new taxes. And so let's be honest. If that's what we're going to do, if we're going to raise the taxes on every taxpayer in this state as much as $7,400 a person, let's do what we say we're doing in this language, and let's put it all to K through 12 education. Right now, this language is extremely deceptive. It's not even close, folks. The best estimates are, in the out years, you may get 24% of these additional tax dollars actually going to K through 12 education. The rest of the money will go into who knows where. Some type of fund that you can call it whatever you want, but there's nothing in this bill or the eventual referendum that's going to guarantee that the money's going to go to K through 12 education, or that it's going to particularly go to increasing teachers' salaries. This amendment is important because it's consistent with the philosophy we have in this General Assembly around truth in advertising. You know, we passed bills, we passed at least a couple of them this session, getting at the issue of unfair and deceptive trade practices. Well, I think we need legislation around deceptive legislation and deceptive ballot initiatives. To put this language out to the public and to tell them that the money is going to K through 12 education, billions and billions of new dollars, asking the people to approve a massive tax increase on their families at a time when we have a significant affordability crunch in this state. And then to tell those taxpayers and those voters that all of this money is going to go to improve our public education system. Now, if you had been working under our deceptive trade practices area, I mean, let's say you've been working with one area we cover in the Colorado Consumer Protection Act is credit repair. Someone said, you know, I can raise your credit score from 450 to 650. It turned out it was only raised to 500. Or if you were presented with an advertising promotion and they said, you know, if you buy a $1,000 TV, you'll get another $1,000 TV free. And in actuality, you get a $240 television. And if you are told that you have a lifetime guarantee on a product, it turns out, in fact, you only have a 1 or 2 year guarantee, that would be a deceptive trade practice. And so when it comes to legislating, there ought to be certainly ought to be a similar concept that you can't deceive the public about what you're actually asking for, particularly on such a monumental issue. You know, you compare this bill to Referendum C. Referendum C was estimated to raise somewhere between $3.7 and $5.7 billion over 5 years. This could raise $37 billion. But the point of this amendment is to simply say whatever amount of money it's going to raise and however much we're going to increase people's taxes, let's be honest. Let's be honest in the language and state clearly that it's going to go, that we want it to go, that it will go, in fact, to K through 12 education. Because right now, the way this bill is drafted and the way I presume the eventual referendum will be drafted, the initiative will be drafted, there's absolutely no guarantee that more than a quarter, potentially, of this money will actually go to K through 12 education. And later in the debate, you know, I'll talk about even when you get into that 24%, or a number close to that, there's no guarantee that that money will even go to issues like increasing teacher pay. Because there's also language in this bill around the flexibility in where those K through 12 dollars can go. And so people might be told, well, it's going to increase your teacher's salary, when in fact it may go to administrative costs. It may go to reducing class sizes, which is a pretty flexible and undefined term. And so this amendment simply says, let's make this really do what we say it's doing. And let's give our teachers that substantial salary increase rather than just marketing as such. Let's make it real. Let's put the dollars in there and support this amendment. Truth in advertising, for sure.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, by putting it in the Kids Matter account, that's actually where it would not be guaranteed to go to reducing class size, increasing teacher pay, and workforce development programs, because that goes to just the funding formula. So that actually is, I think, less clear. What we do have in the bill is that this goes to the children's account. Again, we are defining what those purposes are in a different bill. They will be what it is that I have described. So I think that that is the best way to address this challenge here. This measure will increase funding for K-12 public education by billions of dollars over the next 10 years. It's a 2% increase every year. It's in the bill, and so I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Discussion of the amendment. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. So money that goes into the Kids Matter Fund goes towards total program and categoricals, and that is paid out and that determined through the school finance formula, which allocates dollars to, on a per pupil basis, allocates dollars to the school districts, who then put it in their budget to use for things like supposedly teacher pay, teacher retention, doing things for the classroom, those types of things. So it can go to that. It just doesn't go to any of those other grant programs that are identified in the state education fund where that money should have been going to schools, and it is going to schools, but it should have been going to the school districts specifically through the formula. But we divide up our money through a school finance formula. The money is divided up, it goes to the schools, and if they aren't using that for teacher pay, then what are they using it for?
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that question because it actually goes directly to the heart of what this referred measure does. This referred measure does not send dollars out through total program because total program is entirely at the discretion of the district. And what we are asking voters in this referred measure is, do you want to increase funding for K-12 public schools for 4 specific purposes? And the reason we don't put those dollars out through total program is as soon as they go through total program, the state no longer has control over what it is that schools can use those dollars for. Total program is mingled with local funds, and as soon as those local funds are mingled, local control has the final say on how those dollars are used. Because these dollars are not part of that, they are state dollars, we can say you can only use them for the purposes in this referred measure, which includes increasing teacher pay, reducing class sizes, reducing turnover, increasing workforce development programs across this state. That's it. Total program is anything a district wants it to be. And I think we are talking about, I think there was a demonization of these funds being used for admin. Total program is where dollars can be used for admin. Positive factor is where they can't. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Geez, funny thing, I'm reading the bill. Section 2, 22-54-103.3, district total program. And how it increases between 2025 through 2026 through 2030, 2031 budget years. District total program. Let me just read what's on now page 7 of a pre-amended bill. So it might be different in your bills if you didn't get the pre-amended bill. And it goes through, this section goes through and talks about the money and the school finance formula, percentage amount, how much is going to go into the positive factor and goes to the schools for their total district program. And then there's this paragraph E. A district's positive factor acceleration percentage is available to a district to fund, now keep in mind, this would be their total program dollars, a district's positive factor dollars going to their total program is available to a district to fund increasing teacher pay. It's right there. Available. Doesn't say shall. It doesn't say shall in here. That they shall use it to increase teacher pay. It doesn't say that. It just says you're going to get this positive factor on top of your other total program dollars. It's going to go into your total programs. It's going to go into essentially the school district's general fund budget. And it should be available to a district to fund increasing teacher pay. It's not required. It's not an absolute. In fact, there are 3 other things that it's available for. Improving teacher retention. I would think that maybe is bonuses. Could be saying we're going to increase teacher pay. That would increase retention probably. Bonuses to get people hired, teachers hired. Yeah, sure, that's probably going to increase teacher pay. Lowering class sizes. Geez, that's anything. That's whatever the teacher whatever the school district wants to put their money towards. Lowering class sizes, what exactly does that mean? I mean, think about it. How do you lower class sizes? Hiring more teachers. If you hire more teachers, you're going to be able to afford to increase everybody's teacher pay. Not when you see the numbers that this pulls down for the positive factor, probably not, but lowering class sizes. Means you're going to need more of everything. More classrooms. And then it also could go to increasing access to career and technical courses. Gosh, that doesn't sound like teacher pay to me. So, and it's not required, by the way. I would say it's probably a strong suggestion. I would say by what the teachers were saying to me that were here over the course of the last couple of weeks, I would say they think it means it's going to increase teacher pay, but it's not required. I didn't find anywhere in the bill where it said shall be required to increase teacher pay. And I just heard, this is where we have, the state gets control over how the dollars are spent. Not really. Not really. Not if you don't put a mandate in here. Not if you don't put a shall. It's wide open where the funds can go. They're just going to be available for that. No requirement. No requirement. And total program, it's in your bill in the same section, just so you know.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a fair bit off the topic of the amendment, but just to complete this discussion quickly, the way that legislation works is when you say something is available to fund and you list 4 things with an and then that's it, then those funds can only be used for those 4 things. Yes, they can be used for any one of those 4 things, any 2 of those 4 things, any 3, even all 4 of those things, but they cannot be used for anything that is not one of those 4 things. That's how legal language works. The positive factor is limited to just funding those 4 things. The reason that total program is mentioned in this section is because the distribution method, the way that dollars are allocated through the positive factor is based on the allocation of dollars in total program. And so, all this says is if you're a school district and you get $1 and the positive factor allows a 10% increase, you get 10 cents. But if you have $10, you get $1. So districts get different money depending on the funding formula. We have a new funding formula that changes how those districts get money. And we're just saying the positive factor is on top of that formula. It's not flat across all districts. It's based on the formula, which is equitable, finally. That's all that says. That's why there's the reference that to the total program in that section. To this amendment, again, this is about the children's account. These are funds that will be used solely to the benefit of kids. Could be K-12, could be pre-K, could be parents serving their disabled kids. That is, I think, what this amendment addresses has already been addressed. I ask for a no vote again on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to get back to the amendment. So the Kids Matter account in the State Education Fund was created in House Bill 251320. We heard a lot about this in my caucus last year from the good senator from Weld County. She talked about it a lot in there when we were talking about school finance and that sort of thing. But the money in the account must only be used for district total program funding and total state funding for all categorical programs. In an article in The Sun last year, then Colorado Education Association President Kevin Vick was quoted as having said that the amendment to House Bill 251320 that created the Kids Matter account strives to put education funding and kids' futures at the forefront of the line. That's what it said. That's what the CEA president said that. And basically what this amendment does is the language that's going onto the ballot, it just marries up the language from the ballot to where the money is going. All of the money. Not just a little portion of the Tabor refunds. All of the money gets put in the Kids Matter Fund. All of it. That's why this amendment is so important to this bill. This language, this ballot language, does not talk about anywhere where the excess revenue is going. Nowhere. Just talks about K through 12 education. This amendment makes this language honest. to the voters. That's what it does. That's what we're asking to do with this amendment. It's just to make sure that we're honest about what we're putting in front of the voters. That's what we're asking. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've been paying attention to this because it's a big issue in a lot of the communities in my district. So when this bill came out, I thought this was actually an answer to what was said last year and was quoted here earlier in regards to the Kids Matter account strives to put education funding and kids' futures at the front of the line. I thought what we were doing with this when I first heard of it is we were responding to that and that we were going to take Colorado's good intentions and tax money and put it right directly to the Kids Matter account. But after reading it, after talking with my colleagues, I'm finding that it's not doing that. But this amendment, 014, is that correct? Does that very thing. It puts all of the dollars that we raise into the kids, 012. You got to be careful about my numbers. Puts all of the money from this referendum that will be in front of our voters. It gives them an opportunity to put the money that we've been talking about towards the Kids Matter Fund. I think that may be what the voting public would like to see, rather than divvying it up and percentages and all those kind of things. Let's just be straight up and straight out. If we're going to do this for education and for the kids, let's put it in the Kids Matter Fund and not make people guess. I'd ask for a yes vote on 0112.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's difficult to me to understand why the senator from Greenwood Village would oppose this amendment. I think it makes a vast improvement in what's going to be put before the voters. You know, the voters of this state are smart, and they're going to figure out very quickly that the vast majority of the money that's being asked for here is in fact not going to go to education. And I think when it gets out there to the voters, that's going to be the Achilles heel of this issue. Because I think the voters will very quickly understand that one thing is being said and another thing is actually being asked for. And if you look at the history of these referendums and propositions to override Tabor, they don't fare very well. You know, in 1998, there was referendum B, and the voters said no. In 2011, there was Proposition 103, and the voters said no. In 2013, there was Amendment 66, and the voters said no. In 2019, there was Proposition CC, and the voters said no. And in 2023, most recently, there was Proposition HH, and the voters said no. And thinking back on those, I think one of the main reasons that the voters rejected these things is because they really didn't have sufficient assurance that the money was going to be spent either on what they were being told it was going to be spent on, or that it would be spent wisely by the state legislature. And so it's curious to me why the proponents of this measure would not accept an amendment like this, because I think it really will dramatically strengthen the odds, increase the odds of it actually passing. Because I don't think the voters are going to take too kindly to being told that this money is all going to K through 12 education. And when they find out it's probably not even a quarter of the money actually going there, they're not going to be supportive of this measure. And in fact, if it's not amended, certainly quite a few members of this body and the legislature will not be supportive of it and will fight very aggressively against it in speaking to the voters, because I believe that when you ask for a tax increase of this magnitude, you need to be honest about where the money's going. And so with that, I will once again reaffirm my support for Amendment L012.
Minority Leader Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sponsors, for the thoughtful, engaged debate this morning still, I think. I rise in support of Amendment L012. Along the same lines of much of the conversation you've heard this morning already in this space, but if we're going to eliminate Tabor refunds over the next decade, and we intend to help strengthen, bolster K through 12 education, let's be all in. Let's take all of this revenue, Tabor refunds that we want to hang on to going forward by raising the Ref C cap, and let's apply it to the Kids Matter Fund. Let's put it in education. I think this is a responsible message going forward. If we're going to do this, let's be all in and make sure we're putting really as much effort and in intentionality as we can into K through 12 education and not parse it out such a small fraction going to the positive factor and the balance going to other expenses. So again, I rise in support of L012.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are annoying today. Something. Members, I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Greenwood Village and the good senator from Fort Collins. I too have been fighting for funding for education and for teachers. Me too. I've been doing that too. Over the course of my time being here, the last 6 years, pretty much focused on the last 4 years, without increasing taxes, I was able to increase funding towards education by about $1.3 billion annually. Now granted, we don't do anything by ourselves down here. We have to pass bills. That takes more than one person. But with Senator Zenzinger, we were able to increase funding for special education, for the SPED programs, for categoricals, hundreds of millions of dollars annually, making up for a promise that was made all the way back in 2005, 2006, and got the funding up pretty close to where it needs to be. With the help of the Education Committee in 2024, which I was sitting on that day, we eliminated $180 million of the budget stabilization factor ongoing. We also, in that committee, when the governor was this body and the House that eliminated the budget stabilization factor. And last year, with the good senator from Centennial, we were able to create the Kids Matter Fund, which funded at least annually again, $220 million a year into education, into the total programs and the categorical parts, the per pupil funding, without raising taxes. $1.3 billion annually, approximately, to education funding. I don't disagree with that our investment should grow when the economy grows. And that's what we did. Our investment does grow. In fact, last year at the Joint Budget Committee, we added an additional $150 million of general fund. I think for the first time since mine being here, or at least mine being on the Joint Budget Committee, we actually didn't decrease the state share. We increased it. We did that without increasing taxes. I heard the good senator from Greenwood Village talk about his relatives, his aunt, his grandmother, seemed like there were 3 or 4 there, that are teachers. My grandmother was a teacher. I have a teaching degree. And I appreciate the job that teachers do. This bill, though, is seriously, it does increase dollars going to school districts for more than just teacher pay, and they don't have to spend the money on increased teacher pay. In the legislative declaration, there's a lot of good stuff in here about increasing the rates of K-12 graduation, how important that is. Oh. Okay, but I don't like it in my face. Increasing graduation rates, how important that is. That research demonstrates that increasing school funding results in long-term increases in graduation rates and lifetime wages, prevents crime, and lowers incarceration rates. That's all very true. Hence why, over the course of the last 4 years, I've been so diligent in ensuring that we increase funding towards education and that we meet our constitutional requirement to fund a free public school system. And we are doing that. And the other portion of the Constitution that requires that it grows by inflation. And we are doing that. Since in 2025, the first year, we finally met our constitutional requirement after 15, 16 years of not meeting it. So I agree that there's importance in funding education. The problem with this bill is it doesn't just fund education, 1, and 2, we're trying to say that this is all about funding education when really this bill is about, you heard it, helping to stabilize the entire state budget. That's what this bill is about. You heard the discussion about Tabor. We're keeping up with Tabor. Now, we're keeping up with Tabor, and we're catching up with it when we added the Kids Matter Fund. That added on, just this year alone, $220 million more guaranteed to go to school funding. We put it in state law. They didn't have to increase taxes. 1, you have to follow the Constitution, and 2, you have to decide what your priorities are. And by this legislative declaration, I would say that our priorities are K-12 education. And we know it's a mandate in the Constitution. So, at this point, what we have done is we've made sure that we're following the Constitution, that we are keeping up with Tabor. This bill is increasing the cap. It is increasing the Tabor cap, the taxpayer's bill of rights, the spending cap. It is increasing the spending cap by a lot. And you know, the general public is not fooled. They understand when you increase the cap, you're increasing taxes. You increase the cap, and there goes any chance of a Tabor surplus. Any chance of them getting another Tabor refund. You know, after 2005, when RFC passed and we increased the cap, it was 9 years, 9 to 10 years before there was any surplus, before our taxpayers saw a Tabor refund. 9 years, 9 to 10 years. Here's what this would do. And I got these numbers from Legislative Council Services. Just by, if this bill passes, all the increases and the increase to the Tabor limit, so increasing the cap. And quite frankly, I'm shocked that the good senator from Greenwood Village hasn't done his arm thing again. Saying, you know, the cap's here, and then it goes here, you know. So he's right. The Tabor cap from 1992 when it first passed, let's say it's here. Then we did rough C, and it went up like this. This one, how's it going through the roof? No, I'm using my left arm because you're increasing taxes. So I'm going to use my left arm because it's a tax increase. I know you like to use your right arm, but I think of it as when you are increasing taxes, we are literally, with the state government's left hand, taking money out of your left pocket to put into the state government's coffers. So I'm going to use my left hand. So 1992, when Tabor passed, and in 1993, we had a base amount. Here was our spending limit. In 2005, with bipartisan support, Ref C passes and increases the cap, and it goes up. And it took 9 to 10 years before there was another Tabor surplus, before our taxpayers, our constituents, received a Tabor refund. You know, Tabor has been in place for 3 decades. It's there as a safety net. It's there to ensure that government doesn't grow out of control. It's not there to increase spending. And then this bill, well, 1992, 2005, and then we've got 2026. It just raises the roof. And here's what happens. In the first year, the Tabor cap, the spending limit will increase by $4.6 billion approximately. That's how much the spending limit will increase by. We are essentially de-Brucing education funding in this state. That's what's going on. I know that's terminology that's easy for all of us. We know what it means. We're involved in it. Not everybody else means it. What it means to normal people, taxpayers, people who aren't here every day, people who aren't paying attention, it means say goodbye to your Tabor refund check. It means we're increasing the spending of state government that is overspent for the last 5 years at least to get us into a structural deficit. Instead of trying to cut spending, we're now going to increase spending in the first year by about $4.6 billion. And by year 10, 36, 37, on average, again, this is from LCS, and they want to make sure that they always tell me, remember, it's just a forecast, it's a trend, it's based on average growth in an expansionary period. So these won't be exact numbers, just like forecasts aren't exact. It's like their best guess. But their best guess is, by 36, 37, the Tabor cap, remember when we went like this, will increase to $7.6 billion. The state will have a spending cap that increases by $7.6 billion in year 10. And here's what they get out of the positive factor. And it will vary, but essentially it was supposed to start off around about $200 million, but there's language in here, depends on all of this stuff, but because of the changes that have been made, there are guarantees that they get the positive factor, which isn't stagnant. Originally it was $200 million or less, depending on what was coming in. Now it is an increase of 2% based on this base amount. After 10 years, school districts will receive $9 billion. And they're guaranteed that $9 billion. They're guaranteed the $9 billion with this bill. So let's say we don't have the money coming in. Tax revenues happens, a recession happens, something happens, and we don't have the money coming in. We basically, with this bill, have created an IOU, or an IO schools. That's what this bill has created. And it says, regardless, if you didn't get the full amount in 26, 27, or in 27, 28, guess what? 28, 29, we're going to make sure that we pay you back. We'll pay you whatever we said we were going to do. We create an IOU, we owe schools. That'd be a WOS. Let's write that down. Creating a WOS, which is a form of an IOU. But after 10 years, they are guaranteed that they will get $9 billion. Over $9 billion. In the 10th year, the positive factor pay, again, this is just an average based on expansionary period, they would get $1.8 billion. After the 10th year, it stops growing. But it still continues. So every year thereafter, the positive factor is divided up through the formula, and it's $1.8 billion. Amount available for other purposes. After 10 years, $28.5 billion. After 10 years. Going into the state excess fund. You know, basically a state slush fund. $28.5 billion. Now, we've heard positive factor and how schools need more money. We just tried an amendment that says, you know, if schools need more money, why aren't you putting it all in there? Why don't you put the whole, you know, if you add $9 billion plus $28.5 billion, you end up with $37.5 billion. I actually passed my math class in 8th grade. $37.5 billion. We're like, well, why don't you put it all in? I mean, read the stuff in the legislative declaration. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Research demonstrating increasing school funding results in long-term increases in graduation rates. Isn't that what we want? Lifetime wages increase. Prevents crime and lowers incarceration rates. Also reduces the number of individuals in poverty. You want to get people out of poverty? Get them a great education. Give them that opportunity. $37.5 billion would go a long way, but the answer was no. We're going to decide that later in another bill. Geez, I'm sure we're all looking forward to hearing what we're going to spend that money on instead of just other purposes, as it states in this bill. The remaining revenue may be spent for any purpose. That's that $28.5 billion. Now, in the fiscal note, we had an amendment in appropriations. You already heard about it. It was L008. And the fiscal note defines exactly what's going to happen in the first year and in the second year, in the out year, 27, 28. And here's what it says. The positive factor will generate $71.1 million. So it's short the 200 million that it's, or yeah, the 200 million that it's supposed to be generating. It's short. But don't worry, we'll make that up in the next years. But the $71.1 million, let me just give you an idea what this means to school districts. Because remember now, this will be going through the accelerated formula. So it's still going through the school finance formula. And then there's an investment amount outside the formula, which is really tiny. That's $3 million. Almost $3.5 million. So here's what school districts will get. I'll start with the one at the top because it's Adams County. Mapleton, their total positive factor the first year that this is in effect, they get $1.47 million. Cherry Creek, $2.7 million. Aurora in Arapahoe County, $4 million. And then we have Baca County, Walsh School District, $35,000. Campo, they're going to get $33,000. St. Vrain, that's in my district, they're going to get $1.7 million approximately. Then we have Kit Carson in Cheyenne County. They're going to get about $22,000. A lot of teacher pay increase there. Then there's Denver, 8.9, almost $9 million. Of the $71 million, they're going to get $9 million, approximately. Then you have, this one was amazing to me, but Douglas County, they're only going to get $414,000. That's a fairly big district. And the list goes on. I'm sure others are going to mention this. The one I thought that was extremely just nice to hear about is Hinsdale. You know, that little county in the state, down south and kind of in the southwest corner, south corner, $642. Whopping $642. North Park in Jackson County, yeah, they won't even buy coffee. Well, people would maybe go get McDonald's. $870 in Jackson. And I'm sure others are going to read off of this list because I distribute it to everybody. But it just goes on and on. In fact, I have a school district in Weld County that's going to get $440 in their positive factor. Because you want to know why? In the acceleration going through the school formula, this is what happens to Pawnee School District up in Weld County. They actually get minus $107. But the investment outside the formula gets them another $547, and that's how you get to $440. Here's another one up in Weld County, Briggsdale. These are small areas, small school districts, just, you know, very small. They get minus $74. Tell me how that's fair through the formula. And then they do end up getting $1,000 because the investment outside the formula ends up giving them a little bit more money. They get a whopping $1,077. That's what the positive factor will bring to school districts. I have the list if anybody would like to look through it to see what's going to happen to your school districts. You know, I'm sure there'll be other readings and all, but I'm happy to share that with anybody. But I want you to think about it. We're told that this is for the school districts. And in the first year, 26-27, again from the fiscal note, the change in Tabor refunds, minus $276.4 million. We're going to decrease people's Tabor refunds, taxpayers' Tabor refunds, by $276.4 million. The next year, in 27-28, it would be $1.1 billion that we will decrease Tabor refunds. People would have been able to see a Tabor refund, but we're going to decrease it. We will be decreasing Tabor refunds because the cap is increasing. And it starts out at $4.6 billion, and by year 10, it will increase to $7.6 billion. $7.6 billion. So we can help stabilize the entire state budget. We're going to increase taxes. We're going to increase taxes so that we can fund more in education. When over the course of the last 4 years, we've put an additional $1.3 billion annually into education without increasing taxes. And you know, the one thing in the declaration that I just have some issue with is where it talks about, therefore, it is in the best interest of educators, students, and their families to allow voters to invest further in public education by modernizing the state's ability to retain and spend revenue to meet the needs of Colorado's communities. That's crazy. And the ballot question. Where is the truth in advertising? Where is the truth in advertising? Where do we, I mean, there's going to be so much more I'm going to say about this, but seriously, it says in this question, without raising taxes, but instead by raising the annual limit. Why do we have to be so scripted? Why do we have to be hiding it? Without raising taxes. We're raising the cap. We are raising the cap. You raise the cap, you raise taxes. Everyone knows it. And you're raising taxes by the amount of money that can be collected. We'll never see another Tabor refund. Certainly not for the next 10 years. And this goes on. This doesn't stop. Ref C only continued for so many years. And it reset the base, and it reset the cap. It didn't keep going. So here we are with this bill. Unbelievable that we're here. And you want to know why we don't want to send this to the voters? Because it's not truthful. You're not telling the voters the truth. We are raising taxes. Well, we aren't. The people who vote for this will be.
There is an amendment at the desk.
So I do have an amendment.
Will the clerk please read L15?
Amendment L15.
Senator
amend the bill.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L015.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment, you know, I'm sure the good senator from Greenwood Village read the article in the paper and knew what we were going to do and thought he would do a preemptive strike ahead of me. And this amendment simply says that we would change the name of the excess state revenue fund. And now we've, you already passed an amendment changing it from the excess state revenues fund to the children's fund. Again, I think we should just be truthful and honest about what we're actually doing here. And I wanted to change it to government helping themselves to your taxpayer refund check forever and putting it into their pocket. But that was a little too long and would have taken up a lot more space. Then I started thinking, well, maybe we could change it to the stealing your money to put into the government's pocket fund. I was trying to narrow it down, and that's still too long. I wish I would have heard some of the comments before I came up with government waste, because I think we all actually should change it to help stabilize the entire state budget fund. But instead, I decided we should just come up with changing it to government waste, plain and simple. For years now, we've been overspending the state budget. We aren't in a recession. We've been overspending in the state budget to create a structural deficit. All this does is add more money to that so they could have more spending. It doesn't do anything to stop the addiction that we have on spending in this state. All it does is increase the amount of money that can be spent over and above. Because they hate Tabor so much, because people hate Tabor so much, they're going back to the voters. You heard how many times the voters have told you no, no. But here we are, creating a bill and putting in, I mean, first of all, I can't even believe that you put this in the first place. I mean, this was probably part of one of the most truthful parts of the bill, where it says excess state revenues. You know, the thing is, revenues for the taxpayer means excess state taxes. I mean, we should be substituting revenues with taxes, excess state taxes, and here's how we're going to spend them. But instead, I came up with, I thought what was clever is the government waste fund. So I asked for an aye vote on Senate Bill 130, or on Amendment L115, not 115, L15, sorry. Asked for an aye vote on L15 to change what is now being called the Children's Fund We didn't need another bill to do that, but anyways, or to do whatever they're going to do in the next bill. But really, let's just call it what it is. It's the Government Waste Fund. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, the amendment that changed it to the Children's Fund is number 14. This amendment is number 15. So I believe we had the idea first. We were not trying to head off anything that we learned about. So just from a numbering perspective, just that's how the numbers, just it's the numbers, we came first on this. But I'll also say, I think more importantly and more to the point, there were a lot of things that were said in the last several minutes. I think the most important one to address here is this is a tax of some kind, because Tabor is very clear that anything that is a tax must start with shall taxes be raised by, and this is not starting with that. And I know there's an amendment coming about the title board didn't say shall taxes be raised by. This is not a tax increase. And even the strictest definition of that in the Colorado Constitution disagrees, right? This is not, or rather agrees. The strictest interpretation of the Colorado Constitution agrees. This is about allowing education funding to grow with Colorado's economy by raising the rationing limit that we have by what it is that we spend on K-12. I ask for a no vote on Amendment L 15, which is a higher number than 14.
Thank you for that. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, I rise in support of Amendment L015. I kind of wonder, though, it's too bad that my colleague didn't maybe consult with me to call it, instead of the excess state revenues, the Government Waste Fund. Maybe we should have just called it the Government Shell Game Fund. You know, it's just like the shell game. You know, you're moving money around. You know what? I've been listening to the debate on both sides, and it's mind-boggling when we're here and we have access to some of the charts and the figures that are being thrown around. We're talking about billions of dollars, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, billions of dollars of what the state education, the expenditures for K through 12 spending is. And, you know, don't get me wrong, we all want to fully fund our children's, grandchildren's funding, but it's not like we haven't been funding education, K through 12. I'm going to throw out a few numbers because, like I say, it's enough to turn your eyeballs back into your head. But the maximum additional revenue the state could retain in 27-28 is an additional $4.8 billion. Now, the last time I checked, $4.8 billion, that was real money. The so-called positive factor, the good senator from Greenwood Village has, euphemized this. The positive factor for 27-28 is $71 million, which only amounts to not even 1.5% of retained revenue going to schools. But now it will go up there. I believe the figure that's being thrown around, it'll automatically rise by 2% a year. In the business community and a lot of businesses, small, medium, and large, you don't necessarily lock yourself into a guaranteed line item that this amount will increase by whether it's 1 or 2 or 5% a year, because the economy changes. We haven't had a recession for a while. We don't know what's going to happen in a year or 2 or 3, but to lock ourselves, I believe, to a 2% raise year after year for the next 10 years, that's dangerous. I don't know of very many businesses that would lock themselves in to a guaranteed line item spending of $2.1 billion. But it's not as if we haven't raised spending for education. I believe the good senator from Weld County threw out the number that over the last 3 years that we've increased spending for K through 12 by like $1.3 billion. Well, I'll put it another way, that since 2020, we've increased it by 21%, total public education revenue from 14.5 to $17.6 billion. And the list goes on and on. But members, what it does amount to, why I support this amendment, I won't call it the government waste, but it's the shell game, is that, as we've learned here this budget year and in previous budget years, is that the amount of money is very fungible. Once it gets into the general fund and even some of the cash funds and so forth, is that money can be manipulated around, which it is year after year. So I think this is, since we can't call it the long drawn-out name, and the good senator from Weld County didn't necessarily consult with me about calling it the government shell game fund, is that at least it does correctly euphemize that is the government waste fund. So I do rise in support of this and urge an aye vote on Amendment L015.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, would like to support Amendment L015. This amendment, as the sponsor indicated, is just truth in advertising, just a truth in advertising measure. Renames the excess state revenue cash fund, or the new name we now have, children's fund, so forth, as the government waste cash fund. It's important to be honest with the voters. It's important that they know exactly where their money's going. Despite being advertised as a financial boon for schools, school districts will only receive pennies on the dollar. The majority of the money being retained under the bill will be spent on whatever the majority party here wants it to be spent on, and it's therefore important to be transparent with the voters and let them know exactly where their money is going. The language of the bill here states concerning state public education K through 12 funding, and in connection therewith, increasing appropriations for state public education K through 12. That's all it talks about. What it should actually say is concerning state public education K through 12 funding and other unspecified funding. Because there's not any mention in here of where all the other dollars can go. And it's interesting, one of the heads of one of our think tanks here in Colorado put the language of this initiative to the title board, and what they came up with, I think, is much more accurate. Shall there be a change allowing the state to keep and spend and requiring the state to use a portion for education and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the legislature? And it's interesting as well that if you look at the fiscal note, I think the fiscal note's description of the language is also much more accurate, because it says the state may keep a certain portion of this for K through 12, and any additional revenue after required spending on the homestead exemption, reimbursement, and K through 12 education, and then any remaining money spent or saved is determined by the General Assembly. So the fiscal note makes it pretty clear that there's a whole lot of additional money being talked about here that can go to anything determined by the General Assembly. And let me just conclude my support for this amendment by stating very clearly, I do have to strongly take issue with the senator from Greenwood Village that this is not a tax increase. It is, in fact, a massive tax increase. It could be as high as 38 almost $38 billion. Now, if you have a provision in your state constitution that says the revenue coming into the state can only grow at the rate of population growth and inflation, and then you bring a measure to basically end that and say that anything above that, you're no longer going to give it back to the taxpayers as your state constitution requires you to do. I don't know how you can argue that that's not a tax increase. I mean, that is clearly higher taxes for working families in the state. And in fact, the numbers we've gotten from the revenue estimators here in the state are that this measure will result in $7,381 in higher taxes for every single taxpayer in Colorado. I mean, for a family of four, that's almost $30,000. So to say that's not a tax increase, I don't see how that argument can be made. I mean, it's very clear that the state constitution caps your revenue growth at a certain level. And if you say, well, that no longer applies, and you're no longer going to get the tax refunds, the tax refund checks that you're entitled to under the state constitution, then that's clearly a tax increase. And so I think this amendment makes it clear that we need to be, again, we need to be honest. We're making this point over and over again. You know, the language right here that we're voting on, in my opinion, is not truthful. We should be truthful. Truth in advertising, and support the fact, the language should say that there's a whole lot of money here, a whole lot of money that can go to whatever the General Assembly determines other than K through 12 education.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I certainly arise in support of L015. We talk about this, and the good senator from Highlands Ranch just talked about this as well, is that we really need to be honest with the voters. If any of the voters or constituents are listening to this, I hope they start to understand that this is not just about education. This bill uses education as a political front to weaken the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And it's important that you as the voters know what's really happening here. It's important that you know exactly where your money is going. Despite being advertised as a financial boon for schools, school districts will only receive a small portion. The majority of the money being retained under this bill will be spent on whatever this legislature wants to spend it on. So I think calling it the Government Waste Cash Fund is appropriate, and I ask for an aye vote on L015.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am really excited to get up and talk about this amendment, L15. The reason why I'm excited to get up and talk about L15 is because I worry that we continue in this building to erode the trust of those who sent us here. You hear all the time jokes about politicians, jokes about government inefficiency, can't trust a politician. And this bill is the true embodiment of all of those things. Let's call it what it is. I appreciate my good colleague from Grand Junction coming up here and saying the words she said, naming this as what it is. We're using education as a front because of Tabor, we apparently can't have nice things. I've heard that said. That's not true. Tabor is why citizens have nice things. Tabor is why they have more money in their pockets rather than us using it on pet projects. Tabor keeps government honest. This amendment, L15, is about telling the truth, calling it what it is, establishing trust with the citizens that we serve. You know, we want to raise money because we need to spend more. Well, how about we do something really novel? Let's figure out how we can, attract and retain businesses in the state of Colorado rather than running them out the door. How about that? Just as an idea. That's one way to increase revenues. But rather than doing that, we are taking money out of the pockets of our citizens. That's what this bill is about. This bill does raise taxes, and we, by golly, should at least be honest. Let's deal with those who sent us here honestly. I urge an aye vote on L15.
Further discussion on L15. Senator Kipp.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just re-ask for a no vote on this amendment. I mean, first, I do want to be very clear about what a tax increase is. A tax increase is not when you go to the voters, as we are going to the voters, and saying, can we retain revenue? That is, can we keep the money that you have already paid in taxes? If you want to increase the tax rate, so I guess it's going from left to right there, but yeah, it's going that way. But if you want to increase the tax rate, that number would go up, and there would be potentially more money to retain. This bill does exactly what Tabor says we should do. This bill says, we're asking you, the voters, if we can retain that revenue that you have already paid in taxes for the purposes here. And we have very clearly said, we heard you. We don't want that money to be undefined. Okay, we're going to create something called a children's fund, and we are going to define in another vehicle what that money is able to be used for, which are purposes related to benefiting the children of Colorado. So, and again, I ask for a no vote on L015.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the opportunity to hear this bill in the Education Committee a few weeks ago. It was in a committee that I was in, and I think it was the Finance Committee. Right. So many committees. Right, kind of the same. However, it deals with both topics. It does touch on both. This bill has multiple implications. We could have done this if our only goal here was to strengthen funding for education. We could have done it when we built the budget this year. We could have addressed it there. This bill asks to add a component that will be potentially offensive to our voters, and that's why we're going to them with the question. And here we are, asking the voters to let the government keep their money. If we're going to ask hardworking Coloradoans to hand over their taxpayer bill of rights refunds, the least we can do is make sure we're telling them the whole story. What you're hearing from our bill sponsors is that it's all about education, but what they're not talking about is the massive void this is leaving for a increased opportunity to collect fees and taxes and keep them from the citizens of Colorado. We should address anything that potentially has the state collecting and increasing fees. This matters. This bill asks voters to allow the state to retain and spend revenue above the cap in an amount equal to all state public K-12 education funding. The practical and indisputable effect is that the taxpayer bill of rights refunds to the Colorado taxpayers will become exceedingly rare, like non-existent, especially for the next 10 years. Reasonable people can disagree about whether that trade-off's worth it. That's what the November ballot's for. The voters will decide this issue. I sure hope we have a chance to make sure that they know exactly the secondary implications of what this will do. When you raise the Tabor cap by that much, you create enormous new fiscal headroom beneath it. Under the current law, fee revenue counts against the Tabor cap. That means every dollar of fee revenue, not tax revenue, but fee revenue, the state collects is constrained. Raising the ceiling by $10 to $12 billion in that headroom, and you've just quietly removed the constitutional brake on fee collections. Again, what's not being said. The voters, when they read the ballot title this November, are going to be told that this measure funds public education without raising taxes. We've heard that. Doesn't say anything about the increased opportunity to charge fees. If we pass this bill, and if fee collections then expand into the new headroom we've created, we will have made the ballot language somewhere between incomplete and misleading. With that, I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L13?
Amendment L13, amend printed bill page 11 after line 13, insert
Senator Bright.
24-77.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment L13 to Senate Bill 135.
To the amendment.
So this amendment, it's narrow, shouldn't be controversial. If you care deeply about public education and you care about being honest, transparent as a government, we need to have this language. Basically says that we can't collect any additional fees as a result of this. And if the true intent here is to fund education and not to then charge additional fees to Coloradoans, I feel like this amendment's appropriate within this bill. It honors the true intent of what we're doing here, which is to fund education. With that, I would encourage an aye vote on L 13 to 135.
Senator Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L13. I know that I hear constantly from my constituents about affordability in Colorado, how Colorado just keeps getting more and more and more expensive, and people feel like they're getting nickeled and dimed by all the fees and other revenue collection mechanisms we've created to what? Get around Tabor. I'm not sure exactly how many enterprises have been created over the last 8 years, but it's a lot. My minority leader told me it's about $28 billion currently in enterprise funds. And then we have cash funds, the enigmatic cash funds. I think that that's a good word for them. I agree. Okay, thank you. Also, living outside of Tabor. So we figured out how to do this. We, not being me. That's not a me thing. And if we raise the cap, this just becomes more and more and more of an issue of affordability for our citizens. I mean, really, given how incredibly significantly this legislation seeks to increase the Tabor cap, taxpayers already would be pretty much guaranteed that they never again see a refund on their tax bill, not their property tax bill, their income tax, because that's where we see it. Flat amount, because we changed the structure several years ago, so everybody gets the same. We normalized those returns. But that goes away. So if you're not getting a refund, that means the government's keeping your money. That's what that means. And if you want to split hairs on whether that's a tax increase or not, go ahead. Because at the end of the day, it's less money in a citizen's pocket. And if you're increasing the fees because you have the capability to do so, I think that we have a documented evidence that that is exactly what's going to happen. Affordability. Why don't we work on making this state more affordable for our citizens rather than less? That's the work we're sent here to do. We're sent here to serve. We're sent here to listen, not make things harder. I ask for an aye vote on Amendment 13.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Kitt.
Yeah, so we charge fees for a variety of things in Colorado. I always use the example of driver's licenses. I believe a driver's license currently costs you $32. How are you going to know where that $32? Say we have to raise the rate to $35 in order to cover the cost of issuing a driver's license. It is impossible to know what fees are coming, what will be under this, what will be under something else. This is a totally unenforceable amendment, and I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I looked at this bill and I went through the fiscal, the numbers, the impact to Coloradoans, and we looked at the total Tabor cap that could be increased over the next 10 years or so, I just did some simple math and I said, okay, there's what, I don't know, 6 million-ish people in Colorado. Little over 3 million of those folks are actually filing tax returns. And we're looking at a total possible Tabor exemption here of 37 billion with a B dollars. Do the quick math. That's going to hit Colorado citizens to the extent of over $7,000. And in a time where we're struggling with cost of living and our ability to survive, whether the DMV rates go up or not, it's not affordable. If you look at the dollars per Coloradoan that's filing a tax return, it's over $12,000 in the next 10 years. In a time when Colorado families are struggling to survive financially, we're hitting them in a place and we're not warning them about what it is that we're doing to their pocketbooks. I'm concerned about that, and that's why I run this amendment, L13.
Senator Zamora Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as my colleagues have been talking about, the increase, the cost of my constituents, they come to me and they keep saying, I cannot afford living here. It's too expensive. I mean, we're also, I hear from the sponsors, this isn't raising taxes. I mean, you keep using that term. I do not think it means what you think it means. We have costs going up. We are the 6th most regulated state. And from what I've seen here in this building, looks like a goal of becoming number 1. We have businesses that are leaving. Our population is decreasing. When we start talking about population, I don't know what is that going to look like on revenue? And just yesterday, one of my good friends said they were leaving. They're frustrated with what's going on here. They're frustrated with the increase in costs. Insurance. Boy, we've really regulated that arena. Housing. We've really regulated that arena. We cannot afford living here. People are leaving, exiting this state. I guess I should speak to Coloradans. You are not going to get your Tabor refund. As my colleagues have mentioned, are you okay with that? I mean, when they put in a cap, what was it, 14 years we didn't have a refund. You put in another cap, we're not going to see our Tabor refunds. You can say goodbye to them. Are you okay with that, Coloradans? I would say no, absolutely no. My constituents would loudly say no. I'll just leave it with, I urge a yes vote on L103. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No! The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I wanted to take a moment to rise in support of the underlying legislation and its referred measure. Having been raised in my district, I now represent the district and the school district and the teachers that helped bring me up. They instilled in me strong values and taught me how to use my voice to uplift others. I'll tell you, members, it can be intimidating to represent the folks who knew you as a teenager, but thankfully, they give me the same amount of grace now as they did when I was a kid. And there's nothing I love more than visiting with the teachers I represent in St. Vrain and Boulder Valley school districts. But I will say that every time we talk, they sound the alarm bells about the struggles that they face in serving our schools and our children. That hasn't changed since I was young, and I understand why. It's because Tabor has been law for my entire life, essentially guaranteeing that our state budget is so confined, we have no choice but to underinvest in our public education system. As a 7-year-old, my first elementary school was shut down in a set of sweeping school closures on the heels of state budget cuts. And now, what's happening in Boulder County some 25 years later? Another round of difficult conversations around school closures and a lessening budget. Our state must do better. We must re-envision what opportunity we are giving our students, what tools we are giving our teachers, and what future we want for our state. Raising this cap is about keeping the revenue we already collected and investing it in the kids and the classrooms that need it, while relieving pressure on the broader state budget. I'm proud to stand with our teachers to support this legislation and ensure a different future for our state. I thank the sponsors for their work and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would say that everyone in here supports teachers. Again, I'm just going to remind you all, because of legislation that I was able to get passed and decisions that were made at the Joint Budget Committee, and again, it takes more than one person to pass a bill. We all know how that works. So in working with folks across the aisle, $1.3 billion more annually towards education funding. I would say finally, in the last couple of years, we have finally got to the point we are funding education as required under the Constitution, and we are increasing. You know the Constitution has a mandate in it, right, that says we have to increase our funding by inflation. We finally are meeting that. We also put it, it's like an earmark. It's an earmark that says how much we have to fund. Certain percentage of our income tax has to go to public schools and education funding. We put an earmark in our own state laws, statutory earmark, 0.00065% of 1%. That equals $220 million this year to go towards education funding. So we've been doing our job, and we've been saying that we do support teachers. You know what? I agreed. The state must do better. I can tell you that I sat down here my first year, my second year, my third year, when I wasn't on the Joint Budget Committee those years, arguing that we should increase teacher pay, arguing for an amendment on the long bill to specifically require that the funding would go to increase teacher pay. Want to know what happened? No. One side of the aisle voted for it. The other side of the aisle, with the majority, said no. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. So then I went and fought to get increased funding in education and got it. So there isn't anything about any of us saying that we don't support teachers. What we're saying is you actually ought to be honest. We ought to be honest with them. When we pass legislation, we think that that legislation should have integrity, and it shouldn't be gaslighting people. I talked to several teachers that said, no, but you've got to vote for 135 because we're going to get teacher pay. We're going to get an increase in our teacher pay. And I said, have you gone to your school board? Because the legislature doesn't get to decide on teacher pay. How many times did I hear that in the education committee? Legislature doesn't get to decide what your teacher pay is. That's the school board. And even with this money going to your school boards, your school district, you're still going to have to go to your school board to get an increase in teacher pay. There is nothing in this bill that requires, that says shall go towards teacher pay. Nothing. It says that the district's positive factor, the money they get, is available to a district to fund increasing teacher pay. It's available to them. We're not putting a mandate in here. We don't say it has to go to teacher pay. In fact, it can go to improving teacher retention. It can go to lowering class sizes and increasing access to career and technical courses, which someone reminded me is a categorical. The funding can go to the categorical. Doesn't increase the base amount, though. Whatever money you put into that categorical is on your own, school districts. Doesn't increase that base amount. It won't automatically increase by inflation. Nope, not going to happen. We didn't do that. Didn't do that in here. You know, I was trying to say, what does lowering class size mean? I think here's what it means. It's in the declaration. Talks about adequacy studies found that where Colorado schools fully funded and fairly, every student would have individual attention. I think it means about individual attention, that it's not just trying to increase the number of teachers so that you have a different ratio, so we get back down to maybe 1 to 20, instead of 1 to 30 or 1 to 25 or whatever it is. Maybe we're trying to get down to 1 to 20 or 15 or something. But it also talks about counselors, health professionals, tutors. They could use it for tutors. They could use it for more special education funding and really bring in, so they have special attention, and bring in more special education instructors that will help with those students that need that as additional attention. That would lower class sizes. They could do it, every teacher would have, could get professional development and coaching and other things like that. And yes, maybe you might increase the salary. But there is nothing in this bill that says that it has to go to teacher pay increases. And for those teachers who keep coming down here and want to talk to me, I'm more than happy to talk to you and explain it to you. You have to go to your school board. They decide how the funding that comes to the schools, they decide how it's done. They put the budget together. They decide whether or not you're going to get teacher pay increases, whether the teacher's salary is going to increase. Nothing in this bill does that. It says it should be available for teacher pay. Well, I got news for you. The whole total program amount, the whole allocation that is sent to school districts could be used and is available for teacher pay. So what we're doing here is, and what we're talking about here is, let's be clear. Let's stop gaslighting the taxpayers and teachers for that matter. Let's stop acting like, yeah, your teacher pay is going to increase because you aren't guaranteeing it. You don't know that. That's not what this bill does. And what we're saying is, you should be clear. We should be clear what we're saying to our taxpayers. We should have integrity when we talk to them and when we pass bills. They should be straightforward. Instead of trying to hide it, we all know when you increase the cap, you are increasing taxes because you are eliminating the Tabor surplus. You are eliminating people's surplus check. Their refund check goes away. It goes away. You're increasing the cap by such amounts that it will be years, if ever, before there is a Tabor surplus. And I'm just going to remind you all, before I present this amendment, do you remember Senate Bill 23303? Almost all of us were here. A couple of you weren't. That was Prop HH. You remember that bill? They had a bill title that said, "Shall the state reduce property taxes?" How deceiving was that? Shall the state reduce property taxes, provide property tax relief by using a portion of the state's surplus? Do you remember what happened when you don't tell the public? When you're not truthful with them? When you try to hide the tax increase? Just like in Proposition HH? Failed miserably. And I can tell you, being the co-chair of that campaign, I went out and told everybody, do you trust them? They put a bill title out that says they're going to reduce your property taxes. They neglected to put in the part that says, oh, and we're going to take your Tabor refund check. We're going to take your Tabor refund check, the Tabor surplus, and use it to reduce your property taxes. They didn't tell you that. It's just like this ballot initiative, this ballot question, which reads, shall the state invest in K-12 public education? Sounds nice. That sounds good. There is going to be an investment in K-12 education. Shall it increase by 2% each year? Now, how many people in this state do you think know how much funding goes to K-12 education? How many people in this room do you think knows how much goes to K-12 education funding? But shall it increase by 2%? I don't think that really sounds like a lot, but it is a lot. Shall the investment in K-12 public education increase for the next 10 years? With investments used to increase teacher pay. Should have put in maybe. With investments that maybe will increase teacher pay. Maybe improve teacher retention. Lower class sizes. Increase access to career and technical courses without raising taxes. That's what's in this bill title. That's what's going to be in the question on the ballot. Shall we invest in K-12 public education without raising your taxes to maybe, well, no, maybe's not in here, sorry. Shall the state invest in K-12 public education, increase teacher pay without raising taxes, but instead funded by raising the annual limit? Do you think they know what the annual limit is? Why can't we just be clear? Why can't it just be clear? Why can't we be transparent? Why can't we tell our constituents, our voters in this state, actually what's going to happen? Why can't we do that? You know, every time you like to put out these ballot questions that are just not transparent. They're gaslighting the public. They're trying to hide here what's really happening. And the last experience y'all had with this was Prop HH. I can remember being in this well telling everybody, no, you're going to increase taxes. Oh, no, we're not. Yes, you were. And it's the same in this one. We all understand exactly what Tabor says. We understand that Tabor says that should you increase taxes, you got to go to a vote of the people. You want to change tax policy, you need to go to a vote of the people. We agree. We just think when you go to the vote of the people, you should tell them exactly what you're doing and stop hiding it in language that says, without raising your taxes, but we're going to raise the annual limit. The annual which limit? The Tabor cap. You're raising the Tabor cap. Yes. Believe me, I understand. I understand exactly what's in Tabor. I became a county commissioner in 1993. First year Tabor had to be implemented. I know exactly what's in Tabor. I know exactly why Tabor was implemented. Because government ran amok. But annually published, released, oh, and then we'll have an independent audit to show how the new investments are spent. We're already supposed to be showing how the investments are spent. It's called a budget. We're already supposed to be telling everybody how the investment is spent. Investment. We're investing. We're investing in your taxpayers. Taxpayer dollars. All of them. We want them all. Because you know what else Tabor says? It says, if you're going to do this, if you're going to take my Tabor refund check, you have to tell me. And you're trying to hide it. Without raising taxes. That is very disingenuous, and I am very disappointed. And in fact, this went to the title board, as you all know. It went there. And the headline read, Colorado Tabor refund proposal sparks debate, this is at the title board, over potentially deceptive ballot wording. Their language, not mine. I just agree with it. So I have an amendment. It's at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Senatorial 5.
Amendments. Sorry.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 17?
Amendment L17, amend the Senate Appropriations Committee report dated April 17, 2026, page 7, strike line 7 and
Senator
substitute.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I move L17.
To the amendment, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment takes the suggestion from the title board in the Secretary of State's office, takes their suggestion for what the ballot title should read. And it says this. You would substitute after state. So shall the state, let's see, where is this going into? Page 13. Oh, it's all messed up because I have the pre-amended bill. Anyways, it would say, shall there be a change to the Colorado revised statutes allowing the state to keep and spend an amount of state revenue equal to 1 year of state public K-12 education funding as a voter-approved revenue change under the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, and in connection therewith, requiring the state to use a portion of the money to increase state funding for public K-12 education for 10 years, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature. This is just basically asking for truth in ballot questions. Instead of saying without raising taxes, which is over in the bill, you would actually say that you are allowing the state to use all the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature, and that you are actually increasing voter revenue. You're increasing revenue. So I ask for an aye vote on L17.
Senator Frizzell.
Yikes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in enthusiastic support of Amendment L17. You know, one of the first times I met Senator Kirkmeyer was working on Prop HH. Because I don't know if you remember back then, so this was in 2023, I think. Was it 2023? And the hot topic that year was property taxes. They were losing their minds over property taxes because they were increasing so dramatically. It was awful. It was awful, awful for our citizens because they were literally, some of them, getting taxed out of their homes. And there's a whole long list of reasons and things that happened, the Gallagher repeal, that caused that. But I want to make sure we have context. Because the reason that Prop HH gave for taking your Tabor refund was we're gonna lower your property tax. So you should vote for this. Let's vote for this now so that you can lower your property tax. We're the government. We're here to help. That measure failed almost 60-40. It was dramatic. Candidly, it renewed my faith in humanity that people actually listen and that they read and they educate themselves about ballot measures. But the thing that I heard over and over and over again is, but I have to vote for this because my property taxes are too high. This is going to help me. And then they realized what was really going to happen. This is the same dadgum thing. We are using people's emotions to get them to vote a certain way. And the way that's being proposed, what is hoped to achieve, is to do away with the taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's what this is about. That's what this is for. It's not about educating kids. It's not about teacher salary. Any school district can do what Douglas County Schools did 2 years ago and go to their voters and say, do you want to raise teacher salary? And if the voters say yes, which they did in Douglas County, they approved $66 million to go to teachers' salaries. Not anything else. That's what it was for. The taxpayers spoke, the voters spoke, and that was approved. It's things like this. It's things like this that make me embarrassed to be here. Because we have got to be truthful. We have got to be truthful to the people that we serve. This is a great amendment because you know what? It tells the truth. It says this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to really prop up the budget by keeping all of your Tabor refunds. We're taking the money that should be going back to your pocket, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to do stuff with it. We don't know what. Maybe we'll figure that out. Probably we will. I don't have the facts rolling around in my head, but I'm quite certain the good senator from Brighton could tell me exactly how much the state budget has increased over the last 8 years. But clearly, it's not enough. How much taxpayer money is sitting in enterprise funds? How much of our hard-earned dollars sitting in cash funds? It's a lot. And we're using those funds to balance our budget this year. It's a lot. One-time funds getting scraped. I don't think it's too much. I don't think our citizens are asking too much when they ask for us to tell the truth. I don't think so. Honesty is the best policy, right? This amendment should be an easy vote for every single person here in this chamber. You know, we talk about teacher salary. That's one option for these funds, some of the funds. Most of the funds are going to the state, keep in mind. The vast majority of the funds going to the state coffers, a little bit going to school districts. What was it? Baca County's getting like $600-700. Wow. But yeah, so we're talking about positive factor funding is available, not mandated, to a district. They can increase teacher pay. They can improve teacher retention. That's always good, especially since we have a teacher shortage. Actually, right now we're forever trying to get people to go into this field. lowering class sizes, and increasing access to career and technical courses. All of these things can already be done by a local government school district. They already can. All they have to do is ask the citizens for more funding. And those citizens can say, yeah, that makes sense. Or they can say, you know what, I'm having a rough year right now. I don't think we can afford this because the state just upped fees on something. But school districts can already do this. I have a huge issue, huge issue with this bill talking about, as part of the ballot language.
Senator Frizzell, friendly reminder to keep it to the amendment, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just getting back to the amendment, which is replacing, that's Amendment L17, which would be replacing language on page 13 of the bill. I'm looking at the introduced version, though, so for those of you at home who are following along. And this language that's proposed by this bill, beginning on line 15 of page 13, it says, shall state investment in K through 12 public education increase 2% each year for the next 10 years, which is interesting. It's an interesting statement in and of itself because we already are increasing K through 12 education dollars every year. Anywho, each year for the next 10 years with investments used to, first thing on the list, by golly, increase teacher pay. So this amendment hits the reset button. And I'm very, 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 very grateful to the good senator from Brighton for bringing this. Because this is true. This amendment speaks the truth. And says, basically, we're changing up the ballot language. Shall there be a change to the Colorado revised statutes allowing the state to keep and spend an amount of state revenue equal to 1 year of state public K through 12 education funding as a voter-approved revenue change under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights? Love that. Love that it calls out the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And in connection therewith, requiring the state to use a portion of the money to increase state funding for public K through 12 education for 10 years. Okay, it's not making any empty promises. So this is why this amendment is important, because it's not saying it's got to be used for teacher pay or class sizes, because that's not what the bill does. It doesn't say shall. It doesn't say shall increase teacher pay. So I appreciate this. I appreciate the truth of this amendment. But the thing that is most important in this amendment is the last sentence, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature. That's the truth. That's the truth. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, and this is not the amendment, but it keeps coming up, and there seems to be lots of things being discussed that aren't the amendment on all of these amendments. So just to the purposes, the available purposes for the positive factor, a district's positive factor acceleration percentage is available to a district to fund. And then the four things. The way the law works is it can only be those four things. If everybody feels better with the word only in there, I'm getting an amendment drafted to add the word only. If you say shall, the problem is with and, then they shall fund all 4 of those things, and they have to put it to all 4 of those things, and they can't choose to just increase teacher pay because it's an and. If you shall with an or, then you can only do one of those things. You can't do all 4 of those things. So if you want to reduce, and God forbid, increasing teacher pay also reduces teacher turnover, in which case you've accidentally done 2 of those things and now you've violated this law because it's an or. So look, this is how you write laws. It is only these 4 things. I think that's really clear, but if you feel better, if I put an only in there, I'll put an only in there. I'm getting the amendment drafted right now. Do you want a quick response on that one? Only. Only to the only.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the effort. Now, if you could just tell us what it means by lowering class sizes.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The teacher to pupil ratio decreases. I don't think it's complicated. All right, to the amendment. Let's go to this amendment. So first of all, the legislature and the title board have a different process. It is different processes in law. That is how it works. It is different branches of government. And so here's the thing. If there's a lot of times that people, and I said this the other day in appropriations, they have a bill and they're like, you know, I like your bill, but I think it should be about elephants. And it's not about elephants. And I really wish it were about elephants. You go, but my bill's not about elephants. So like, make it about elephants and then I'll be okay. This bill's not about elephants. There's a different process for the title board than there is for the legislature. And if you want the legislature to go through title board, by all means, run your bill to require the legislature to go through title board. That's not how it works. I would say second, part of the reason for that is that the title board's language, and this was the last bill we heard before we got to this one, it was hours ago now at this point, but the bill we heard just before this from the good senator from Adams County was all about how the title board language is incomprehensible to normal people. So I think if you read this, I agree, it is less clear. And so this is the most important part here. It's sort of restructuring the question. Fine, I don't think the structure of the question is really the most important point here. And there have actually been other measures like 1, 2, 3 that had the same structure as the language in our current bill, which asks about the K-12 funding first, the purposes of that funding, the restricted purposes of that funding, the pay for, and then the audit. This is actually a pattern that we have had on the ballot before. I think it is a clearer way to do it because this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make this as clear as possible to the voters of Colorado. Moreover, the title board took out some detail, and the detail matters. The detail in this really matters because if you don't have the 2% every year piece in the question, then that part isn't required. Then you really have thrown the doors wide. It is extraordinarily important that the 2% stay in this question or we could lose it. So I do not agree with the title board's decision to take out that detail. I think it is less clear for the voters and it also removes the obligation that we have to spend those funds on the positive factor, on increasing funding for K-12 public education. And then finally, this is, I think that the most important thing that came from the title board, and this is really important because going into the title board, what we have seen in the past is this particular strategy where folks who oppose the bill present the bill to title board. Generally, the objective there is to prove this is not single subject. And this is very clearly single subject. This has been affirmed by the title board as single subject. I think the hope was that this would be disapproved as single subject. It was not. This is a single subject. I think that the title board language is incomprehensible. I think the language we have in the bill is clear. The lawyers who draft our bills believe that this accurately describes what this legislation does. I ask for a no vote on amendment. Is this 17 or 16? 17. They had duplicate amendments drafted. Thank you.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, we did have duplicates. Great minds think alike sometimes. So, but I will say this, details do matter. Details do matter. Because if we were to add 2% in there every year, like the good senator from Greenwood Village said, okay, fine. Then let's also put at the end where it says, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature. That needs to be added in there too, because details do matter. That's the part that when I talk about the title board, who has 3 members, by the way, who are appointed by the SOS, the AG, and this legislature, all under one party rule. So I'm just saying that they said, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature. That needs to be in the ballot language. Details do matter. Totally agree. That part needs to be in there. Right now, there's nothing in there that talks about the excess revenue. It just talks about the little bit of money that goes to K through 12. So if we're going to be honest to the voters about what they're voting on, they need to be voting on this. They need to be saying that, where's my money going? You know, it's funny because my father, who I talk to all the time, when he was like, I want my Tabor refund. And I said, Dad, how much do you think you'd get back? And he says, well, I think I could get like $700 back this year or $300. And I said, would you allow us to use that money for something else? He goes, no, that is my money. That's how he looks at it. That's how everybody looks at it, because it is their money. And it is raising taxes if you raise that cap. So what I'm asking for on this amendment, I'm fine if you want to revise this amendment. We can still talk about the 2%, but the part that needs to be in here, in the ballot language, is the very last sentence. To use a portion of the money to increase state funding for K through 12 education for 10 years, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the state legislature. Billions of dollars is what we're talking about, folks. Not just a little bit, billions of dollars that'll be used on anything that this legislature determines. That needs to be what people are voting for. We need to talk about honesty with the ballot. That's what we need to talk about. I ask for an aye vote on L17.
Senator Bright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L17 to Senate Bill 135, and the reason is pretty simple. As we've noted in our earlier discussions this morning, I think we'd all love to see education funded appropriately. We just have different ways to go about it. And what is not mentioned in the bill is the gaping hole in the budget that allows fees to be increased to the tune of billions of dollars and kept and not refunded. I heard the remarks from the bill sponsor about the difficult language within Amendment L17, and I have to say, like, I'm reading it. I don't know. The longest phrase in there is Taxpayer Bill of Rights. I think everybody understands what that is. It appears to read, I don't know, 5th, 6th grade level. And I feel like we need to give our voters the best chance that we can to have them understand exactly what's going on here, to be able to say the things that aren't being said. And I feel like the title board came up with some really good language here, and adding it to the bill is a really transparent move with our voters and honors them. Let's give them the chance to understand what's actually happening here. With that, I would ask for a yes vote on Amendment L17.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wish to support the Amendment L017 by the Senator from Brighton. We seem to have a consistent theme here today. Truth, accuracy. This is another truth in advertising measure. The amendment revises the ballot question to more accurately reflect the impacts of Senate Bill 26-135. It clarifies that only a portion of the revenue will be directed toward increasing state funding for K through 12 education, while the remainder can be spent for any purpose at all determined by the legislature. So in doing so, this amendment is more transparent with the voters. It's accurate. It's accurate information for the voters about the intent of this measure. It's important to be honest with the voters. As I said earlier, the voters have demonstrated that they're very intelligent when they look at these Tabor-related measures. And I think we owe it to them to be accurate. It's important that they know exactly where their money is going. Despite being advertised as a financial boon for schools and school districts, they will in fact only receive pennies on the dollar from this measure. The majority of the money being retained under this bill will be spent on whatever this legislature determines in the future years. It's therefore important to be transparent with the voters and let them know exactly where the money is going, and the ballot language should reflect that. So the language we're proposing here is that there shall be a change to the Colorado Revised Statutes allowing the state to keep and spend an amount of state revenue equal to 1 year of state public K through 12 education funding as a voter-approved revenue change under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and in connection therewith, requiring the state to use a portion of the money to increase state funding, that's a portion of the money, to increase state funding for public K through 12 education for 10 years, and allowing the state to use the rest of the money for any purpose determined by the legislature. That is an accurate description of what's being asked for here. In my view, there are three major problems with this bill. It's a massive tax increase. The information being put out to the voters is not accurate, in my opinion. That needs to be improved with this amendment. And finally, we need to be clear about the damage that this type of a tax increase, $7,400 per person in Colorado, will do to the economy of this state and to our competitiveness. So with that, I would urge at least toward that second item, accuracy and information, that we approve Amendment L017.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no? No! The noes have it, and the amendment is lost. Senator Bridges.
Thank you. I know, so close. Let me join. Thank you, Madam Chair. This measure will allow Colorado to invest billions more in our schools over the next decade if our economy remains strong, and it includes an annual independent audit to make sure the public knows exactly where those dollars go. When Colorado's economy grows, education should grow with it. And I have heard very plainly from all of you that you would like an only and a shall, or at least a shall. Our brilliant drafters have discovered a way to put both an only and a shall into the uses for the positive factor. So, with that, friends, there's an amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read amendment number 21?
Amendment L21, amend the Senate Appropriations Committee
Senator
report.
Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This changes it so that in the funds.
Would you like to move your amendment?
Thank
sir?
you, Madam Chair. I move. God, you'd think I'd have learned that by now. I move L021, 10 years, and I still forget to move my amendment on Sunday.
Further discussion, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This says that the positive factor dollars shall only be expended by those four things listed. And because that now requires us to say only, we are adding another, so it's those four things plus the other, any combination of these uses allowed by this subsection. So it is still those four things, but we have to list another because it's any combination. If we don't have that combination thing, as I said earlier, then they can only choose one of those with the only and the or. So hopefully this addresses the only or problems, although looking at the consternation on faces around, perhaps it does not. So if this does not solve problems, perhaps I'll withdraw it in an effort to not make the bill more complicated than it is. There you go. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Kipp.
You know, I really appreciate how my colleague is bending over backwards to make our colleagues on this other side of the aisle happy. And if this makes them happy, great. This does the same thing, but with a lot more words. So I don't really care if people vote on it or not, but if it makes my colleagues happy, great. Thank you.
It may not.
Further discussion? Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the hard work that the sponsor has done to think about this. My only issue is again, it's still up to the local governments to do this. And I just want to make sure that we're not taking it away from local governments. There's a lot of bill that takes away from local governments in this chamber, and I want to make sure that we're not doing that with this aspect of it. Because if I was a local government, and let's say I was in charge, because I've done this before, and the state said, we were going to allocate you some money, I'm going to say, oh, great, I'm going to take all the money away that I had allocated and then just put the state money there, and then I can use this money for whatever I wanted to. So that is also an aspect of it. We just have to be very careful about infringing on what local governments can and can't do. I do appreciate this amendment, but I just would like to just bring that up a little bit about being very, very careful about how local governments allocate.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There we go. I rise in support of the amendment. I mean, why not? It doesn't necessarily fix the whole issue that we were talking about, but hey, why not? Shall only be expended. Shall only expend it on increasing teacher pay, improving teacher retention, lowering class sizes. Again, I don't have a definition for what that means. Lowering class sizes means a lot, and when I read their legislative declaration, it can mean all sorts of things. You could lower class sizes by what? Increasing more classes, which means you increase more teachers, and if you're in Yuma County and you're in Liberty School District, you're getting a whopping $622 in the first year. I doubt they're going to use it to increase teacher pay. So, and it is increasing funding to schools by billions. I didn't disagree with that. In fact, I told you how much it's going to increase it by. $9 billion over the next 10 years. $9 billion over the next 10 years. But it can go to any one of the four. They could put all of their money. So for example, I'll just use Cherry Creek School District. They could put their whole $2.7 million into increasing access to career and technical courses and not put any of it into teacher pay, which is my point, that it does not have to go to teacher pay, which is what I've said over and over. But yeah, sure, shall only be expended. Instead of just available for this, now it shall only be expended on this, and they're going to get audited on it. Great. Just more paperwork that they have to do, that they'll probably have to hire somebody to do that for them and help them get the audit prepared for the state that has to be reported in. But again, that's nice. I mean, thank you for bending over backwards. Thank you to the bill drafter who's been sitting there patiently thinking, gosh, I just know that either the good senator from Brighton or the good senator from Greenwood Village is going to come over and say, do that. Just do that. I make a motion for you to just do that. But yeah, so just do that. That's great. Shall only be expended by the school districts for these four things. Still no guarantee that it's going to teacher pay. But again, I thank the good senator from Greenwood Village for bending over to increase backwards. I am just using the language from the good senator from Fort Collins. You didn't let me get the backwards part in.
Just stop it. Stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming up with an amendment that does something, but doesn't say that they have to use the money for increasing teacher pay. There are 3 other things they could use it for, one of which we still don't know exactly what all means by lowering class sizes, other than, I guess, more teachers, less students per teacher, which would increase the number of classes, which probably would mean that you're not going to get increased teacher pay. So, thank you, but I think you should vote for it. Everyone should vote for it.
Great, that's great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Seeing no further discussion, the
No, don't do that. We're done. This is the last. We're done. Just call everybody in.
a division has been requested. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing.
Finally have a united division. That's right. Yeah, it's a united division. Yeah, chair's not in doubt. You have to ask for the noes, but then the chair's not.
Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The amendment is adopted.
Seeing no further questions.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of Senate Bill 135. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. I can leave.
We have to lay over all the, Katie, we have to lay over all the bills.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 134 until Monday, April the 27th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 134 until Monday, April 27th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 68 lay over until Monday, April the 27th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 68 until Monday, April 27th. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Senate Bill 70 lay over until Monday, April 27th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 70 until Monday, April 27th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
I could have did this differently, but I chose the long way. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 131 lay over until Monday, April 27th.
The motion is
I
for
know,
Senate
I know.
Bill 131 to lay over until Monday, April 27th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1005 lay over until Thursday, April the 30th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1005 until Thursday, April 30th. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the remainder of the calendar until Monday, April the 27th.
The motion is to lay over the remainder of the calendar until Monday, April 27th. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the balance of the calendar will be laid over. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. Those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had several bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 24, 2026. Mr. President, in committee, the whole begs leave to report has had under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 163 as amended, Senate Bill 135 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1288, House Bill 1320 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 134, Senate Bill 68, Senate Bill 70, Senate Bill 131, House Bill 1210, Senate Bill 162, laid over until April 27th, 2026 and retaining its place in the calendar. House Bill 1005, laid over until April 30th, 2026 and retaining its place in the calendar.
Senator Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report, and there's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of S001.
S001, Senator Pelton B.
Senator
moves.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move S001 to Senate Bill 135.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Again, members, what this does is that this makes the ballot language to be in, the bill to be in tune with the ballot language, because what this says is, shall transfer the remainder of the Kids Matter account credited in section 22-55103. That's what it says. It said it shall, the excess money. So not the little bit of money that goes to the education, it takes all of the money to education. So we're just talking about the legislature won't get to do anything with that money. It has to go directly to the Kids Matter Fund, the Kids Matter Fund, and the legislature doesn't have a choice on where that money goes. So Kids Matter, and that's why we're going to vote yes for this amendment, because it's a great amendment. So thank you, and I ask for an
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree, children matter. It is part of why we changed the fund to be called the Children's Account. It will go towards only programs that improve the lives of children, whether that is for those kids with developmental disabilities, or whether that is to pre-K, or whether that is to K-12. The 2% positive factor is the required amount. It is the minimum amount. It is the guaranteed amount going towards K-12. It is certainly, though, not all that can be done if we have an incredibly strong economy over the next 10 years, if $4 gas prices do not crash this economy, if. So I believe that we have addressed the concerns, the primary concerns related to this particular amendment. Ask for a no vote. Ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of S001 and Senate Bill 135. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Marchman, Kipp, Wallace, Gonzalez, Amabile, Doherty, Judah, Benavidez, Cutter, Roberts, Bridges, Lindstedt, Sullivan, Ball, Weissman, Snyder, Henriksen, Mullica. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent to excuse, S001 is lost. Are there further amendments at the desk? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote, there is a no vote on the Committee of the Whole report. Senator Rich. No votes on the Committee of the Whole. Adoption for the Committee of the Whole. Frizzell, Kirkmeyer, Baisley, Zamora Wilson, Liston, Carson, Pelton R, Catlin, Bright. With a vote of 23 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 163 is amended, 135 is amended, passed second reading, order, gross place, account of third reading, and final passage. House Bill 1288, 1320 is amended, passed second reading, order, revised place, account of third reading, and final passage. Senate Bill 134, 68, 70, 131, House Bill 1210, Senate Bill 162, laid over to 427, 2026, and retaining its place on the calendar. House Bill 261005, laid over into 430, 2026, retaining its place on the calendar. That's right. Consideration of governor's appointments. Consent calendar. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar.
Members of the Board of Assessment Appeals, effective July 1st, 2025, for terms expiring June 30th, 2026. Diane DeVries of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, reappointed. Claudia Crane of Crestone, Colorado, reappointed. John DeRungs of Denver, Colorado, reappointed. Monty Mullins of Alamosa, Colorado, reappointed. Jess Ketchum of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, reappointed. Jeb Marsh of Dillon, Colorado, reappointed. Effective July 1st, 2025, for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Valerie Carissa Bartel of Longmont, Colorado, reappointed. Member of the Statewide Internet Portal Authority, effective June 2nd, 2025, for term expiring June 1st, 2029. Danielle Morrill of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a member from the private sector, reappointed. Members of the Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission, effective January 2nd, 2026, for terms expiring January 1st, 2029. Martin Schmidt of Gunnison, Colorado, to serve as a representative of counties appointed. Eric Anderson of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a representative of municipalities appointed. Brandon Bernard of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as a representative of water utilities appointed. Jason Fick of Milliken, Colorado, to serve as a representative of energy producers appointed. Kathleen Anderson of Aurora, Colorado, to serve as a representative of contractors reappointed. Anne Marie Bluff of Peyton, Colorado, to serve as a representative of excavators reappointed. Member of the Uninsured Employer Board, effective September 2nd, 2025, for a term expiring September 1st, 2028. David Loomis of Littleton, Colorado, to serve as a representative of employers appointed. Members of the Board of Real Estate Appraisers, effective July 2nd, 2025, for a term expiring July 1st, 2028. Valerie Bartel of Longmont, Colorado, to serve as a real estate appraiser with experience in eminent domain matters appointed. For a term expiring July 1st, 2028. Bessie Cajas of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a public member appointed. Member of the Parks and Wildlife Commission for a term expiring July 1st, 2029. Phil Silva Blaney of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as a representative of sports persons and outfitters appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Oh, please be with me. Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on consideration of Governor's Appointments Consent Calendar. Diane DeVries of Wheat Ridge, Claudia Crane of Crestone, John DeRungs of Denver, Monty Mullins of Alamosa, John Ketchum of Pagosa Springs, Jeb Marsh of Dillon, Valerie Clarissa Bartel for the Board of Assessment Appeals, Danielle Morrell of Denver for the State Internet Portal Authority, Martin Schmidt of Gunnison, Eric Anderson of Denver, Brandon Bernard of Colorado Springs, John Fick of Milliken, Kathleen Anderson of Aurora, Anne Marie Bluff of Peyton for the Underground Damage Prevention Safety Commission, David Loomis of Littleton for the Uninsured Employer Board, Valerie Bartel of Longmont, Bessie Cachas of Denver for the Board of Real Estate Appraisers, and Francis Silver Blaney for the Colorado Springs for the Parks and Wildlife Commission. I had to listen to him to make sure.
Is there any discussion? Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to rise in enthusiastic support for a wonderful new CPW commissioner, Fran Silva Blaney. She and her daughter run a pretty amazing, it's an angling outfitter group, and it's in Divide, and I'm going to be going with them to go do some fishing and learn how to learn about the waters there. But I would encourage you to reach out. She's doing really great work, and I was really excited to see her on consent and just wanted to say that. So thank you very much.
Very good. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the confirmation of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes on the consent calendar? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, those appointments are confirmed. Consideration of governor's appointments. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the appointments of Christopher Sitko and John Emmerich as members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission lay over until Thursday, March 14th, 2026.
May 14th.
May 14th.
Very good. The motion is laid over the appointments of Christopher Sitko and John
27.
Sitchko and John Emmerich as members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission until Thursday, May 14, 2026. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appointments of Christopher Sitchko and John Emmerich as members of the Parks and Wildlife Commission will lay over until Thursday, May 14, 2026. Mr. Schaffler, please read the appointments of the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners.
Members of the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners for terms expiring November 1st, 2029. Thomas Downey of Denver, Colorado, to serve as a representative of Agriculture District 1 and as a Democrat appointed. Gregory Kolomitz of La Junta, Colorado, to serve as a representative of the state at large and as a Democrat appointed. Jeffrey Mandarich of Colorado Springs, Colorado, to serve as a representative of the state at large and as an unaffiliated reappointed.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of Thomas Downey of Denver, Gregory Kolomitz of La Junta, and Jeffrey Mandarich of Colorado Springs to be members of the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners.
Further discussion, Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm the reason why these are not on the consent agenda, and this is my protest vote because this is once again from this administration trying to hurt something in agriculture in the state fair. He is not appointing somebody who has raised a lot of money for the state fair in Colorado, and it's very unfortunate that he has done so. I heard from constituents, some of my constituents who sit on the very board, that he has been not reappointed to. So I just wanted to make sure to let everybody know that's why it's not as controversial as the last couple of ones, but it is. It's just my protest vote is saying no, and I'll be a no vote again today to say he should have appointed the guy that was raising a lot of money to help the state fair moving forward. So I just asked for a no vote on these three confirmees. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the appointment of the members of the Colorado State Fair Board of Commissioners. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Frizzell, Rich, Liston, Baisley, Bright, Carson,
I don't know.
Pelton B. With a vote of 25 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, those appointments are confirmed. The following persons, Thomas Downey, Gregory Kolomitz, and Jeffrey Mandarich, are appointed to the Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioners. Consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Brown and Taggart and Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer concerning the elimination of the annual transfer from the general fund to the multimodal transportation and mitigation options fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has acceded to the Senate amendment made by the...
No.
No?
I move.
Okay. Let me start over again.
From the top.
From the top, I move to adopt the first report of the first conference committee on HB 26-1399.
Now is there any discussion? Senator Amabile or anybody? All right.
We're good.
Okay, Senator Amabile.
The House acceded to our demands, so we are accepting that.
Excellent. All right.
Yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1399. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1399 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, the repassage, sorry.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 26-1399.
Proper motion. Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1399. Are there any no votes? Are there any no votes? I saw a hand slightly raised. Zamora Wilson. Further no votes. Baisley.
Jesus, why is he giving him so much time?
Please mark Senator Zamora Wilson as an aye vote. But please make sure Senator Baisley is a no vote.
Okay, great, let's go.
Great. Now Senator Baisley would like to be recorded as an aye vote.
Okay.
Senator Baisley is a no vote.
Congrats.
That's it, right? No? Senator Baisley is a no vote.
Okay, great.
And just to be clear, we only have one no vote.
That's right.
Very good. All right. No more reconsiderations. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1399 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representative Brown and Sirota and Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1405.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the adoption of the first conference committee on House Bill 1405. Are there any no votes? Senator Zamora Wilson. You still like to be recorded as a no vote? Excellent. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, that first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1405 is adopted. Senator Amabile.
I move for the repassage of House Bill 1405.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the repassage of House Bill 1405. Are there any no votes? Senator Zamora Wilson. And Senator Baisley. Who is in charge over here? Who's the whip? Anybody know who the whip is? No? Okay.
Right there.
Speaking of.
Right there.
Oh, please forgive me. Please forgive me. With a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1405 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1380.
What is this bill?
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Brown and Taggart and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the repeal of the Office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 261380.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1380. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1380 is adopted. Now, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 261380 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1380. Are there any no votes on the repassage of House Bill 1380? Seeing no votes on the repassage of House Bill 1380. With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1380 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Brown and Sirota and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning the distribution of money collected from the retail marijuana sales tax.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1409.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1409. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1409 is adopted. Now, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1409.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is repassage of House Bill 1409. Are there any no votes? Senators Zamora Wilson, Pelton R., Liston, Baisley. Repassage of 1409. Seeing no further no votes. With a vote of 29 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1409 is repassed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Schaffler, please read the title of House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart and Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer concerning authorizing the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to use statistical sampling and extrapolation to recover overpayments to providers for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 261412.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1412. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1412 is adopted. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 261412 and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion for the repassage of House Bill 1412. Are there any no votes? With a, on 1412.
That's it.
With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, and 2 excused, House Bill 1412 is repassed. Co-sponsors, report from the Committee on Delayed Bills.
Memorandum report from the House and Senate Committees on Delayed Bills. Pursuant to Joint Rule 23C, the House and Senate Committees on Delayed Bills acting jointly extend the following deadlines for House Bill 1410 and the 2026-27 Long Bill. The Friday, April 17th deadline, the 94th legislative day for adoption of the Conference Committee report on the Long Appropriation Bill, as extended until Friday, April 24th. The 101st legislative day is further extended until Tuesday, April 28th, 2026, the 105th legislative day. This memorandum shall be printed in the Journal of each House as required by Joint Rule 23C. Representative McCluskey, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Representative Duran, House Majority Leader, Representative Caldwell, House Minority Leader, Senator Coleman, President of the Senate, Senator Rodriguez, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Simpson, Senate Minority Leader.
Message from the House.
The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 136. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisers of Statutes Senate Bill 95 as amended in House, as printed in House Journal April 17, 2026. House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisers of Statutes House Bill 1132 and House Bill 1287 amended as printed in House Journal April 22, 2026. House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisers of Statutes House Bill 1130 amended as printed in House Journal March 9, 2026 and April 22, 2026.
Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bill 1130, 1132, and 1287 without comment as amended Senate Bill 95.
Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1028 by Representatives Garcia and Velasco and Senator Cutter concerning second language diploma endorsements for graduating high school students.
Education.
House Bill 1143 by Representatives Ricks and Joseph and Senator Weissman concerning information collected for a background check by entities that provide non-employment-based educational opportunities.
Education.
House Bill 1226 by Representatives Wilford and Froelich and Senators Weissman and Cutter concerning measures to reduce emissions from certain electric generating units in the state.
Transportation and energy.
House Bill 1298 by Representatives Ryden and Kelty and Senator Cutter concerning the authority for criminal background checks for child welfare, out-of-home placement providers, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1314 by Representatives English and Senator Exum concerning increasing family stability and in connection therewith prioritizing kinship placements in certain circumstances and facilitating grandparent contact.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1317 by Representatives McCluskey and Taggart and Senators Bridges and Frizzell concerning creating a unified system of post-secondary talent development and in connection therewith creating a committee to develop a plan to transition oversight of workforce development programs to the Department of Higher Education.
Education. Announcements. Senator Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'd like to make an announcement that I think you'll enjoy. On Monday, we're going to be celebrating the Denver Summit Football Club Day at the Capitol. So the new professional women's soccer team will be celebrating the inaugural season of Colorado's first major women's sports team in our history. You ladies ought to be paying attention. This is a big deal. You're going to like it.
Fellas too.
They'll be the 16th, no, it's not, the 16th team in the National Women's Soccer Leagues. Members of the team and administration will be here to celebrate in the morning, and they'll be signing autographs, and you can get a chance to get to know these young ladies. They're going to make the state of Colorado proud and the city of Denver very proud. So make sure and be here Monday morning. Thank you.
You're welcome. Further announcements. Mr. Majority Leader.
Members, just a reminder, we are currently in open enrollment now through May 11th. If you have any questions regarding benefits or open enrollment, please feel free to reach out to Shannon Briggs in accounting. Thank you for all the work today, colleagues. We will. Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5. Out of Senatorial 5, Senator Mulligan will be fined $5 for questioning whether or not we have good leadership. At least half of your leadership team is doing a good job. And I mean Mr. Majority Leader, of course, not myself. $5, Senator Mulligan. Thank you very much. Further announcements. Senator Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. President. JBC will not be meeting this afternoon.
What? Mr. Majority Leader.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday, April 27th, 2026.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Monday, April 27th, 2026.